Chapter 746. Su Yi laughed. That's right. And I'm afraid that they have already found out about us. East Immortal City has 3 families, the Su family, the Yu family, and the Song family. The strongest is the Su family. Su Xiangdong is an introverted and low-profile man, and rarely steps out of East Immortal City, and is ranked 48th on the list of powerhouses. I'm afraid that he is intentionally underestimating us. An infamous person who could stop babies from crying at night. In the smoke screen, a wisp of cold strength chi attacked again. Tang Tian was not afraid, his arm that was hanging down slashed upwards. Executing the heavens silently swept past, colliding with the cold energy, causing the tyrannical energy contained in executing the heavens to explode out. Su Xiangdong's hand that was holding the bitter fruit to his mouth stopped, revealing a look of surprise. Where's Qin Zhen? He felt that Su Ye's method was good, but it was slightly roundabout and was not as straightforward as directly killing his way in. Such a pity. If it was in Ursa Major constellation, they would directly send an army over and see who would dare to not hand it over. Su Xiangdong waved his hand, and he bowed and retreated. On the rattan chair, Su Xiangdong closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, his mouth revealing a cold smile. He was different from Qin Zhen, who was in the limelight. Su Xiangdong was an expert in concealing his strength and biding his time. East Immortal City was a small city, and the Su family was not a big family. Su Xiangdong was barely able to squeeze into the list of powerhouses and was ranked 48th behind Qin Zhen. If it was said that a B-grade infamous person was just a first-rate expert, then an A-grade infamous person could squeeze into the list of powerhouses. How many families have received this letter? But the resistance from his palm caused his body to become sluggish. At the moment when he rushed out from the smoke, he realized that his hand blade had actually entered a large net. Countless of black, mist-churned like black worms, frantically gnawing at the transparent palm print. Su Ye's face turned white. Life and death. They mutually countered each other, but the palm print that contained an extremely pure life force was actually unable to move the net of death. The aura of death was too dense, like a raging wave. The 2 parties were not on the same level. Death thread? Tang Tian heard Su Ye's exclamation, but he did not have the time to think. The net in front of him was extremely strange. The power of executing the heavens was extremely dense, but upon hitting the black net, it actually dissipated into nothingness. Moreover, the wisps of black fog were like wriggling worms, desperately trying to burrow into his skin. The law of life and death was one of the 3 great fundamental laws, but the number of people who cultivated it was the least. Life and death were impermanent, and the changes in the laws of life and death were the most bizarre and unpredictable. There were even fewer people who cultivated the death laws alone, because the dense death energy would unwittingly corrode a person's vitality. Even cultivators could not escape it. That was why most cultivators would train in both life and death, using their life force to counteract the corrosion of death, and Su Ye's seal of life and death was the same. Tang Tian's aura suddenly changed. Even smart people can be fooled. Lao He laughed. The Qin clan has fallen. He said with certainty. The 4 clans have joined forces and destroyed the Qin clan. We do not know the details, but many people saw Ghost Face Mask and the Shui family entering the city, and Su Yi and the rest were extremely respectful. He said, in a moment of desperation. He could not care about anything else. His left hand formed the grasping flower seal. In the inn. Hard to say. He thought for a moment. Ancestor gave grace to the various families in the past, and every once in a while there would be some swindlers that would come out and use it to gain benefits. I have never heard of Ghost Face Mask's relationship with Ancestor, and only heard that he is the leader of the Ursa Major Null Division. This should be true, but this old servant has never heard of the Null Division of Ursa Major constellation, and after asking around, no one knows about it. Ancestor Li's inheritor is too strange. I think he knows that it will be difficult to get his subordinates back, and is using the tiger skin as a banner. All of the hairs on Tang Tian's body stood. An intense sense of danger surged in his mind. The heavy demonic execution was useless against the death aura, and his hand was tightly bound and could not move. But upon encountering a person who trained in death laws, he had to be careful, because such an enemy usually meant that he was powerful. Furthermore, he Xian's ferocious name, in the circle that trained in life and death laws, was definitely at the peak. This old servant will see how capable he is tonight. Old, he replied respectfully. He immediately understood why he was able to sense the other party before the master. It was because the other party trained in death laws, and the dense death aura made him feel it. The death line was the most famous technique of death laws. It was formed from the densest death aura, and could unknowingly corrode life force. This ghost face mask has some standards. I wonder what kind of bewitching potion he fed them. They're truly crazy. Su Xiangdong said lazily. He is most likely a swindler, ancestor Li's inheritor. Could it be that Su Yi was scared by him? Wasn't it said that he is extremely astute? His body was extremely tyrannical and was the strongest weapon. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the net. The messy dead lines twisted strangely, and a horrifying human face appeared on the net. The human face was ugly and sinister. It opened its mouth, and a black mist surged out, as though there were countless of vengeful spirits wailing and howling inside. Su Xiangdong, who was half-dressed, reclined on the rattan chair, chewing on the bitter fruit. The bitter fruit was a fruit from a shrub. It had a thick and chewy skin, but the taste was extremely bitter, and the juice was as black as ink. Thus it was called the bitter fruit. Su Xiangdong loved to eat the bitter fruit, and it was not a secret in East Immortal City. All of the prisoners have good qualities, and what's rarer is their loyalty. Su Xiangdong said slowly, although I am not interested in ghost face mask, but the bitter fruit is a good thing. Qin Zhen spent so much effort. There must be a lot of prisoners in Purple Cuckoo City, right? Tang Tian moved with his blade, wanting to slice the enemy in half. They should have received the letter. Tang Tian was eager to give it a try. It is very impressive. Purple Cuckoo City is by the sea, and we have picked up over 400 prisoners, adding the 200 sent by the Liu family. That is over 600. Old he knew what the patriarch was planning, but he had to admit that it was an enticement that no one could resist. Tonight, we will go and probe Ghost Face Mask. Su Xiangdong said, who knows, we can take the chance to swallow Purple Cuckoo City. Just at that moment, the human face was like an illusion in the water. It suddenly flashed and opened its mouth to bite towards Tang Tian's hand blade. A thread of cold qi clashed with Tang Tian's hand blade. Bang! It suddenly exploded, and the wall in front of Tang Tian instantly exploded, countless of rocks flying everywhere. If it was any other ordinary person, their first reaction would be to retreat. The rocks that exploded were like arrows, and with the dust and smoke in front of them blocking their vision, they would not be able to see the enemy clearly, and retreating would be the best choice. Tang Tian was startled, but he immediately reacted and sensed a thread of qi. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared in the corner like a ghost, his hand blade piercing into the wall, and the sturdy wall was pierced through like tofu. Su Xiangdong chewed on the bitter fruit, the black juice staining his teeth black, but he did not care and asked, "What's the news from Purple Cuckoo City?" But Su Xiangdong's expression did not seem to care about Qin Zhen. Ha 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 ha, Qin Zhen is going to cry now. How can we endure it? Su Xiangdong's tone was filled with schadenfreude. No matter what, we should at least wipe out the 4 families. Su Yi was strong, but compared to Qin Zhen, he was still lacking. That's not right. I have seen Su Yi before. He is not a fool. Why would he do such a stupid thing? Aren't they afraid that Qin Zhen will deal with them later? He was in Galloping Horse City. Old, he spoke respectfully. It is said that he had a secret deal with the Liu family. The Liu family gave 200 Null Division prisoners to Qin Zhen, and the Qin family sold the Shui family to the Liu family. This matter had caused a huge ruckus in Purple Cuckoo City. The Shui family had sought help from various families, but no one dared to help them. Qin Zhen went to Galloping Horse City to visit Lu Xingxiang, but he had always been in contact with other families, wanting to purchase more Null Division prisoners, and had already reached an agreement with a few families. The Lu family didn't object either. Su Ye's face completely changed. The dense death aura surged out. Until now, when the death puppet appeared, the other party's identity was obvious. Death puppeteer He Xian, an A-class outlaw from 10 years ago. I'm afraid we don't need to kill our way over. Su Ye's gaze suddenly turned cold. If he had fought steadily, the current Qin family would definitely be in a different situation. Old He stood at the side respectfully. There are 3 families. Our family, the Yu family, and the Song family. Our family has 66 prisoners. The Yu family has 32, and the Song family has 23. East Immortal City was close to the mountains and not the sea, and thus the number of prisoners they had was far less than Purple Cuckoo City. Su Yi did not hesitate at all. The life force in his body surged. His palm became transparent like a crystal, and he struck out at the death wire net. A transparent palm print impressively appeared on the net. Then when do we kill our way over? Tang Tian asked anxiously. It was as though the black smoke had converged to form lines, interweaving in front of him like a spider web. A few extremely fine black lines coiled around his palm like vines, all the way to his wrist. They were all tightly bound. Tang Tian tried his best to retract them, but realized that he could not move. The black lines were extremely sturdy, and they seemed to have a unique method to dissolve Tang Tian's power. That's true. The more shrewd a person is, the easier it is to fall for it. That means Purple Cuckoo City has fallen into Ghost Face Mask's hands? Su Xiangdong thought. Su Yi finally saw it clearly, and his face changed. Death wire! Death puppet. Savage He Xian. Old He. Do you think his identity as ancestor Li's inheritor is true or false? Su Xiangdong suddenly asked. Tang Tian did not retreat, but instead lowered his head. Like a raging bull, he welcomed the explosion and smashed into the smoke screen. Yes. Old, he replied respectfully. But there are rumors that the Purple Cuckoo City had a strange phenomenon. A rainbow pierced through the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone said that there was a powerful martial artist who gained enlightenment. Qin Zhen left the Galloping Horse City, but has not revealed himself. Qin Zhen is a suspicious person, and without knowing the situation, he will definitely not make a move and will only watch from the shadows. The ambusher did not expect Tang Tian's hand blade to contain such terrifying power and suffered a loss. All of the Null Division prisoners were of high quality, and as long as they could groom them into servants, the Su family's strength would definitely soar. Qin Zhen's plan was great, but it was a pity that he was too rash and overestimated his control over the Purple Cuckoo City, and thus ended up with such a bitter outcome. Chapter 747. All of the puppets looked like machines, but their speed was as fast as lightning, and their movements were not restricted by the human body, as all of their joints could move at will. The formless spirit seal had raised his intuition, and he had immediately sensed the abnormality. Su Yi snorted. I never thought that the Great East Immortal Pavilion would not be safe. But that's right, the death puppeteer He Xian, you guys will not be able to stop him. The leader immediately replied, Thank you. Su Yi carefully searched for a moment, and finally relaxed. He did not sense He Xian's chi. Tang Tian snorted he was not afraid, and welcomed the enemy with executing the heavens. A groan came out from afar. Su Yi could not help but shiver. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian did not move. His expression did not relax at all. Chi. Tang Tian's left hand secretly formed a formless spirit seal, but he did not allow his chi to leak out, and everything around him was extremely clear. His intuition was extremely sharp. Other than Niechio, the talented fellow, Tang Tian had never found anyone who surpassed him in this aspect. The two fists clashed. The barrage of attacks caused Tang Tian to retreat step by step. He did not even have the chance to catch his breath. No need. Su Yi was getting impatient. How did you find out? The seal was like a flower. The death heart seed was born from the densest death aura, causing it to not have any death aura. Many people who were planted with the death heart seed would not be able to sense it. The most terrifying thing about the death heart seed was that upon being planted, as long as the target state of mind was slightly relaxed, it would quietly seep into their state of mind and take root there. He trained in life and death laws and was extremely sensitive to the undulations of death aura. If Xian was still around, he would definitely be able to sense it, just like how he had sensed Xian's presence. Tang Tian roared. He did not retreat, but advanced and pounced towards one of the puppets. A powerful force suddenly exploded out from Tang Tian's fist seal, and the death puppet was sent flying like a powerless puppet, crashing into the wall. The net formed by the death threads was like ink in water, disappearing into the darkness. But the death threads were extremely difficult to deal with. Upon being repelled, they became like snakes that were startled and pounced towards Tang Tian even more frantically. Weeping sword seal, Su Yi said with lingering fear. He's gone. Su Yi trained in life and death laws and naturally knew of the changes between life and death. It was extremely profound and unfathomable. Life comes from death, and death from life. The denser the death aura, the greater the need for flesh and blood to nourish it. Xian's lost surface actually projected such a dense death aura. Who knew how much flesh and blood it had devoured? Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. His knife hand struck the leader's body as if he had defeated him. Pa! This person's body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing heavily into the wall, leaving behind countless cracks as he was embedded in the wall. The power of Tang Tian's devil saber creation was so strong that it directly shattered the bones in this person's body. An entire chest cavity completely collapsed. But at this time, the chest cavity returned to normal, and the shattered bones were as good as new, but the skin showed a terrible gray color. It was like a fist and a seal, but it was incomparably in line with Tang Tian's current state of mind. It was an indescribable feeling of contentment. Tang Tian felt a warm current flowing on the surface of his body. It was incomparably hot. His body was like a pot of boiling oil, surging incessantly. Su Yi and the guards of the inn were startled, but immediately all of them revealed looks of anger. A group of guards hurriedly barged in. Countless of Black Death aura surged out from his body. The Black Death aura quickly transformed into lines of death threads, and in the blink of the eye, the Black Death threads transformed into a large net that wrapped around the man's body tightly. I knew that I would not be able to escape Patriarch Su's discerning eyes. The entire wall collapsed with a loud rumble. The leader bowed and asked, "Can I take a look?" Tang Tian did not say anything. His gaze slowly swept across every corner of the courtyard, his movements extremely slow. Angry fist seal. Tang Tian immediately released his right palm. He did not have any techniques, nor did he require any techniques. Every fist of his was extremely heavy. Tang Tian's palm went numb. The strength of the opponent's fists was surprisingly strong. In that short period of time, a few figures pounced forward like lightning. The dense death aura under the terrifying power was shattered, and the puppet's body was completely shattered. The death aura that was shattered consumed a lot of energy and could no longer maintain the puppet. Grasping flower seal, out of the demon's 6 seals, it was the seal that Tang Tian was most familiar with. Bang! Just at that moment, Tang Tian did something that Su Yi would never have thought of doing. The leader of the guards did not bend his knees and rushed towards Tang Tian like an arrow. Tang Tian's right palm that had formed a seal suddenly released a mist. Inside the mist, countless of sorrowful voices sounded out, and the death net that was wrapped around Tang Tian was instantly shattered, transforming into a black mist that entered the death-lined black net. Like a balloon that had been popped, the man's face rippled and then disappeared. Su Ye's face turned pale white, his heart overwhelmed with shock. In that moment, the life in the guard's body had been sucked dry and transformed into dense death aura, which was so dense that it almost spewed out of his body. Seeing that, Su Yi focused his mind and sensed carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said with certainty, "He left." Roar. He was furious. The death aura is unaffected by slashes, right? The death puppet's body is as sturdy as steel? You assholes think that you can defeat me with numbers? Bang, bang, bang. Su, you looked at Tang Tian. Seeing that Tang Tian nodded his head, he said, "That's fine too, take a look." The air current passed through the fist. The roar was like an angry roar. Tang Tian's figure suddenly became blurry, as though a blazing wave of air had swept past him. Shouts could be heard from outside the walls. Flames could be seen flickering. It was obvious that the guards of the tavern had heard the commotion and rushed over. A low and hoarse voice came out from the man's body. His right palm formed a seal. Whoosh, the surrounding temperature suddenly soared. Tang Tian's fist seemed to have a layer of red light, like a reflection of flames. Between the bricks, the puppet's body kept on twitching and did not stand up again. The other guards' faces all turned white. None of them had noticed their leader's abnormality. Everyone looked at each other. Seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes, they all scrambled to turn and escape. Tang Tian and the rest were not staying in any ordinary tavern. The Su family was a big family and were extremely particular about food and clothing, so why would they stay in an ordinary tavern? And Su Yi had long expected such a thing. Since the enemy's sneak attack was unavoidable, he might as well make it bigger. Once the Death Heart Seed was activated, it would instantly suck the target's life force and transform it into Death Aura. It used the target's most primal life force, and the Death Aura that was transformed would also be extremely dense. As it was rooted in the mind, it would not even give the target time to react. It was an indescribable comfort. Tang Tian's red eyes regained a trace of clarity, but a few black figures pounced at him again. He roared and released a few fist seals. The angry fist seal allowed him to increase his strength by a large amount. His strength was originally strong, and after the increase he became extremely terrifying. The leader glanced at the hole in the wall and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" With that, he lowered his head and walked towards the hole in the wall. Tang Tian stood in the middle of the road. He bowed slightly and was about to walk past Tang Tian. Just at that moment, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly exploded with a bright light aura, and his hand blade suddenly shot out. Su Yi stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was the only one standing. Tang Tian's eyes were red, but his expression was extremely cold. His entire body was releasing a blazing hot aura, as though he was a demon that walked out of hell. Every strike caused Tang Tian's arm to go numb. All of the ordinary guards were filled with extremely dense death aura and became as taut as steel. All of the undead puppets were not affected at all. They did not stop and pounce towards Tang Tian. Su Yi could not be bothered with him. All of the guards were strong enough to deal with ordinary experts. But in front of a powerful martial artist like Hiexen, they were not even considered ants. The rage in Tang Tian's chest grew. The opponent's methods were extremely strange, causing him to feel as though he had punched into a pile of cotton, and it was an indescribable grievance. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and all of them gave birth to demons. In the shadows, Hiexen's mouth had a trickle of blood, his eyes revealing a look of shock. In the blink of an eye, they had become undead puppets like the leader of the guards. The only thing that Su Yi did not expect was that he would be able to meet the undead puppeteer, Hiexen. The death lines crisscrossed, and the eyes of the leader of the guards became as black as ink. Martial artists that trained in pure death aura were not welcomed, and most of them would become vicious. Without the life laws to neutralize them, the death laws would continue to corrode the cultivator's body, and even their state of mind would be corroded by the death aura, and they would become extremely ruthless and cruel. Hearing that, the leader's face changed. "Undead puppeteer, Hiexen!" The extremely hoarse voice made the leader of the guards look like a marionette. All of his movements were extremely strange and stiff, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. One after another, death aura surged out from their bodies. Su Yi subconsciously muttered, "Death heart seed." An indescribable, sorrowful aura suddenly spread out from Tang Tian's body, forming a seal that resembled a sword. In Tang Tian's mind, the demon figure appeared, the sound mist coiled around the hands that formed the weeping sword seal. The heaven and earth were filled with sorrow, and the injuries were deep into the bones. The Death Law Surface was the most evil and terrifying ability. When the Death Law Surface reached a completely matured state, it would start to transform from death and would be able to project out a strange gray seed, which was the Death Heart seed. Tang Tian stared intently at the other party, feeling a rarely seen anxiousness. Regardless if it was Heaven's Road or the sacred Saint Galaxy, in truth, there were still traces of it, but the Sin domain had some unique laws that were extremely strange and unpredictable. Tang Tian's aura suddenly changed. If it was said that previously Tang Tian was like a heavy, heavy axe, then the current Tang Tian was extremely quiet and peaceful. As though he was holding a fresh flower, he had a smile on his face, and his fingertips lightly pointed at the sinister human face that was pouncing towards him. Every puppet was a punch without any fancy moves. That is, Tang Tian felt that the death thread that was coiling around his right hand had loosened slightly. Without hesitation, his right hand trembled, and a powerful force suddenly burst forth, causing the death thread to bounce off slightly. The death aura is not affected. I will completely shatter the puppets. The undead puppets are as hard as steel. Even if they are steel, I will shatter them bit by bit. But in the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had already completed the seal. The leader of the guards bowed. "It is my duty. I hope that our guest can make things convenient for us." The commotion was huge and immediately alerted everyone around. What a joke! Chapter 748. It's the Sioux residence. Everyone could not help but take in a breath of cold air, their faces turning pale white, when they saw a ghost face mask running while dragging the broken peak. All of their faces revealed looks of shock. There's actually such a godly power in the world. There was a shop in front of Tang Tian, but Tang Tian did not have any intention of dodging. He dragged the broken peak and rushed forward. The workers and shopkeepers of the shop were all shocked. All of them were dumbstruck. But when they saw Tang Tian rushing over in a daze, their faces turned white, and everyone dispersed. The first to react was Su Yi. He was stunned and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Is Master going to force himself on me? Tang Tian's speed became faster and faster. The bottom of the broken peak and the ground created sparks. The rumbling sounds became more and more terrifying. The heart-palpitating tremors extended to every corner of East Immortal City. The layout of the entire inn was built around this towering, broken peak. The broken peak was the center of the courtyard, and every courtyard was directly facing the broken peak when one exited the door. The 12 high-grade courtyards were called the 12 Academies of Broken Peaks. In the purple Cuckoo City, Ghostface Mask was a legend. Rumble, rumble. Tang Tian did not care about Hiexan, who was hiding in the shadows. He could not be bothered with an injured man. At that moment, he only had one thought: Su Xiangdong. The spectators exclaimed out from time to time. The purple Cuckoo City and East Immortal City were neighbors, and there were frequent interactions between the two, and many people in East Immortal City had heard of the Ghostface Mask that had caused an uproar in the purple Cuckoo City. On the contrary, the 4 families had sealed the purple Cuckoo City after destroying the Qin family, and the news of what happened after that had not spread out in the East Immortal City. Just as everyone was inhaling cold air, Tang Tian had already gathered all the strength in his body, and dragging the broken peak, he moved step by step. The 60 long broken peak was actually being dragged by Tang Tian, Death Thread King Puppet. The red color was not flames. He did not sense any undulations of laws. Thinking about the information that his subordinates had sent, Hiexan wanted to kill all of them. What fist technique that can absorb law threads? This fist technique does not have any undulations. A startled exclamation rang out, and the bustling crowd fell into a deathly silence. The red light seeped into Tang Tian's body, almost burning his flesh and blood. The originally turbulent origin power surged even more violently, and Tang Tian felt as though his entire body was filled with inexhaustible power. Boom! He walked out of the courtyard. He was extremely shocked, but he was quick-witted and immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. This scene was too shocking. Anyone who saw this scene would definitely be shocked. This. His entire body was burning. Regardless of what Ghostface Mask wanted to do, it was definitely not a small matter. All the people in the city stopped what they were doing. An earthquake? Xian's law surface was like a piece of black paper. The deathly white flames slowly engulfed the black paper. The law surface combusted, and the power of death became extremely dense. Xian widened her eyes. Her expression was blank. Was this guy still human? Furious Fist Seal. Even if the city wall was in front of it, it wouldn't be able to stop it for even a moment. It would only be smashed into pieces. Xian's mind buzzed and became blank. He did not think that Tang Tian wanted to directly deal with the Su family, but thought that his probing had angered Ghostface Mask, and that Ghostface Mask would directly attack them. Many of the spectators jumped onto the broken mountain peak to see more clearly. Tang Tian had already forgotten about Su Ye's meticulously arranged plan. Sigh. Tang Tian walked to the front of the fake mountain, and paw, he broke a few of the chains. Rumble, rumble. Xian's face was pale white. He was overwhelmed with shock. The broken mountain peak was made entirely of black-green rock. It was extremely sturdy and dense, with a height of 60 m. Its weight was most likely at least 500,000 caddies. Breaking a mountain peak with one slash. All the powerful martial artists on the list of powerhouses had methods to do so, but to rely on brute force to move a 500,000 caddies mountain peak, it was unheard of. The broken mountain peak's speed continued to increase, and was already close to walking. Tang Tian, step by step, was extremely firm. But how is that possible? No wonder my death puppet was destroyed. He wanted to cry. We just wanted to probe him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Tian was not afraid. Xian looked at the cracks on his laws and was overwhelmed with shock. Bang! A loud sound came out. The broken mountain peak trembled. The remaining chains all broke, and the potted flowers that were hanging on the chains all fell to the ground. What is Ghostface Mask doing? Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, carefully observed Ghostface Mask. The aura that he was releasing was extremely strange. It was obviously giving off a scorching feeling, but at the same time it had an extremely cold aura. What is the red light that is being released from his entire body? In front of such a terrifying power, all of his techniques and transformations were like papier-mâché. Victory! The spectators were all dumbstruck. This is... Tang Tian barged into the shop. The broken mountain peak also created sparks and crashed into the shop. Outside the courtyard was a fake mountain. The owner of the inn had specially invited experts to cut down a precipitous mountain peak and spent countless of effort to transport it here. So the owner of the inn named it the Broken Mountain Peak. The highest point of the Broken Mountain Peak was 60 m tall. It was extremely precipitous and cold. Its entire body was green and black, with 12 arm-thick chains pulling down from the peak. The owner had ingeniously hung many potted plants, and a cold spring flowed down from the peak, causing the mist to churn, creating a unique scenery. Regardless of whether he won or lost, his strength would drop greatly, but at that moment he could not care about anything else. No one noticed his movements, and whether he lived or died, it all depended on this gamble. Ursa Major, null division. Wait a minute, what is he trying to do? The shop was like papier-mâché. It instantly split into pieces, transforming into countless of pieces. The top half directly flew into the sky and rolled in the air. The sudden explosion of death aura caused the crowd to be in an uproar, many of them revealing looks of shock. In the blink of the eye, the martial artists who had their life force sucked out had their eyes turned black. They were like angry arrows. The surging death aura continued to leak out from their bodies, transforming into pitch-black death threads that coiled around their bodies. Forward. Every time the gigantic Broken Mountain Peak moved, the ground would tremble. But he knew that if Ghostface Mask were to kill his way in, the Sioux family would definitely lose all face. A look of ruthlessness flashed past his eyes. He who was hiding in the shadows once again quietly released his death spirit aura. The angry fist seal was not ordinary. The demonic figure in his body did not dissipate, releasing an endless might. But very quickly they became excited. Whoosh! A few chains were held in his hands. Everyone was stunned. The 60m long Broken Mountain Peak was extremely heavy. Many of them still remembered the grand occasion when the Broken Mountain Peak entered the city, where hundreds of people dragged the Broken Mountain Peak like ants, spending countless of effort to move it into the city. There is actually someone who can rely on his own strength to move the Broken Mountain Peak this direction. The second person to react was He Exen. The red light around Tang Tian's body became even brighter, the ghost face mask becoming even more sinister. All of the muscles on Tang Tian's body were burning. The gigantic, demonic figure behind him was releasing a terrifying red light. The red light did not have any heat. Tang Tian's mind was ice cold, but his body felt like it was in a furnace. Such an astonishing divine power had never appeared before. But the strange thing was that his emotions seemed to have been stripped away. He looked on coldly, his mind was ice cold. Tang Tian's expression was ice cold. The space around him seemed to be dyed red, as though it was dyed red. Among the spectators of the Battle of Western Street, there were many who had personally witnessed it, and upon hearing the commotion, they rushed over, and upon seeing the ghost face mask bear flag, they all became excited. A few of the smarter people immediately flew up into the sky. Looking down from above, it was as though there was a monster wreaking havoc. All the houses and shops in front of the monster were useless. The walls that they met were destroyed. The houses that they met were destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. The dust that rose up into the sky formed a straight path. Tang Tian started to jog. The long chains were stretched taut, and with a clattering sound, the heavy Broken Mountain Peak continued to increase in speed. The death lines on their bodies were extremely dense, densely packed and coiled into circles, as though they were black mummies, only revealing their eyes. Tang Tian's entire body tensed up, his muscles bulged, and the chains became taut. The gigantic Broken Mountain Peak continued to tremble. The huge commotion and the terrifying undulations had long alarmed many people. Su Yi finally reacted at this time. He did not care about He Exen. He brought the blood-bare black flag and anxiously chased after Tang Tian. But what shocked him was that Master's speed was actually increasing. How is that possible? How can someone wield such a terrifying divine power? Su Yi quickly caught up to Tang Tian. The closer he got, the stronger the tremors became, and the more terrifying the commotion became. Su Yi had a misconception that no matter what kind of enemy it was, in front of the master, they would all be crushed. Rumble, rumble. He could no longer remember why he wanted to kill Su Xiangdong. For the sake of saving everyone, for the sake of creating a commotion, he ignored all of that. He only had the simplest and purest thought, to kill Su Xiangdong. His entire body released a blood-red light, as though he had walked out of a mountain of blades and a sea of blood, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The eyes that were revealed by the mask were ice-cold without a trace of warmth. He continued to walk forward as though no one was around. This guy is not simple. Rumble, rumble. Hoo, hoo, hoo. It was the first time He Exen had met someone who relied on brute force to destroy his own puppet. The Broken Mountain Peak's speed gradually increased, leaving behind a large scar on the ground. Ghostface Mask. Null division. Aside from the shock, an indescribable emotion surged in his mind. He leapt up and flew into the air. With a flick of his arm, the blood-bare black flag in his hand shot out like an arrow, stabbing into the broken mountain peak. The group of people followed, closely behind, as though they had been injected with chicken blood. In their ice-cold minds, there was only one thought: to kill Su Xiangdong. Behind the ghost face mask, a roar came out, like that of a wild beast. Rumble, rumble. He did not expect that the first thing he comprehended was not the most familiar grasping flower seal, but the rarely used angry fist seal. The faceless sky demon in his body had one of its arms forming the angry fist seal. The gigantic sky demon released a faint red light, with an empty face that seemed to be filled with anger. Seeing that Tang Tian was walking towards the fake mountain, they immediately jumped away. The collapsed walls and the messy courtyard showed how intense the battle was. Looking at Tang Tian, who was like a killing god, no one dared to touch him. Chapter 749. So naive! An unprecedented fear spread in his heart. These damn ants, they dare to go against me. I want to kill them all. Kill them all. That was not a fist, it was a seal. He squinted his eyes, retracting all of his chi. Like a piece of dead wood, he blended into the surrounding chi. The number of puppets that died in his hands were countless. Ever since he gained enlightenment on the death heart seed, he became more and more fearless. To be able to use those ants as his puppets, it was the proudest thing in their lives. The commotion in the crowd became bigger and bigger as they shared the same hatred. The number of death strings it required was on a completely different level compared to the death puppets. The death puppets were just the main joints of their bodies. With the death strings wrapped around them, they could be controlled to fight. But the Death Thread King puppet was already made up of death strings. The arm-thick chain struck the Death Thread King puppet that was pouncing towards the crowd. Just at this time, the Death Thread King puppet was not sent flying, but was tightly wrapped around by the chain. A scalp-numbing sound swept past everyone's head. After a moment, the Death Thread King puppet that was wrapped around by the death strings crawled out from the ruins. As though nothing had happened, it flew into the sky and once again entered the battle. King Puppet Scythe. So tragic. Xian was loyal to the Su family. At that moment, he no longer cared about his own life and death. Suddenly, a cry of grief came out from the crowd. A lady covered her mouth, her face pale white, her body swaying. It was her brother, who had actually become a Death Thread King puppet. That familiar face was now completely white, without a trace of blood. He was already dead. Demon Eye Slash. Just at that moment, another Death Thread King puppet sneaked up behind Tang Tian. But it was the same as the last time. It was another Demon Eye Slash, like an antelope hanging its horn, without a trace. The Death Thread King puppet that was wrapped around by the chain flew back. Its black eyes lit up with a faint black light. It raised its arm, which transformed into a black mist, and fiercely waved at Tang Tian. Xian's face changed, damn it. Once his hiding place was found, he would be in danger. The death line broke and fluttered in all directions. Another deathly pale and lifeless face appeared. A cry of grief came out from the crowd. A middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling as he cried out. The green and black ghost face, the pair of dim eyes, suddenly lit up with a red light. Seeing that, Su Ye's eyes lit up and spoke out. I train in life and death laws, and to control the Death King puppet, I cannot exceed a 300 m radius. Bang! Ghost Face Mask's strength far exceeded his imagination, and he already believed that he was truly Ancestor Li's inheritor. When he fought with Tang Tian, he could clearly feel the changes in the Ghost Face Mask. Previously, Ghost Face Mask strength was astonishing, but compared to now, it was on a completely different level. But do you think you can stop the Death King puppet like this? Puppeteer was the one controlling the undead puppets during the battle. Puppeteer controlled the undead puppets through the strings of death. On the other hand, the Death Thread Lord puppet was able to fight on its own. The dense and powerful death aura seeped into the puppet's body and fundamentally changed its body structure. The Death King puppet called Asyong wriggled and wrapped his head again. With the continuous slashes, the identities of the remaining 3 puppets were revealed. Tang Tian also had a few more wounds on his body. At that moment, the battle had reached its climax. To be able to become my puppets is your honor. Other than the fact that the law surface could provide a dense death aura, it could also form a state between the law space and the law surface, and to a certain extent, it could borrow the power of the law space. The other 4 Death King puppets pounced on Tang Tian at the same time. So, countless of Black Death threads shot out from their bodies and caught off guard. Tang Tian's arms, legs, and waist were wrapped tightly by the Black Death threads. When Su Yi saw the Death King puppet, he was completely stunned. Does he Xan have a grudge with Master? This blade slashed onto the Death King puppet's face, and the surging power suddenly exploded out. He could even sense that Su Yi was searching for him. Everything started from the transformation of the fist, from the strange red light. And the death thread net that looked like a flower, it was definitely a seal. The 5 Death King puppets knew how to coordinate, and the pressure on Tang Tian increased. He only needed 1 Death King puppet to kill all of them. You want to uphold justice? When you see the people around you dying one by one, let's see if you still want to be a hero. In the history of the Sin domain, no one had ever gained enlightenment on Death God, as the history of the Sin domain was too short. He Xan sneered in his heart. If the first slash revealed the Death King puppet's true face was a coincidence, then this time he immediately understood Ghost Face Mask's thoughts. You want to borrow the power of an ant to deal with me? Death King puppet. Bang. Go and die. Death Puppet Master. Find him. He is nearby. The commotion among the crowd became bigger and bigger. All of the martial artists who were initially watching the show all revealed looks of anger. To use a living person as a puppet, that was a cruel thing. Such a terrifying and cruel person was actually in East Immortal City, and such a cruel thing actually happened in front of them. If the puppet master gained enlightenment on the law space, the Death King puppet would transform into the final form of a puppet, Death God. A palm suddenly appeared in its field of vision. Bang! Su Yi could not believe his own eyes. Is this old man crazy? Is he Xan crazy? The Death King puppet was not something that could be activated with a law surface. The formation of the Death King puppet required many harsh conditions, and that was an even higher level of power. Tang Tian's footsteps finally stopped. 5 black figures brought forth countless of afterimages as they flew around Tang Tian. Their movements were extremely fast, much faster than the death puppets, and their strength had increased greatly. But the most terrifying thing was that their battle awareness had increased. Compared to them, the previous death puppets were as clumsy as toys. The heart-wrenching sobs pierced into everyone's hearts. The Death King puppet's head suddenly fell backwards. The death threads that were tightly wrapped around its face were all cut off, flying everywhere, revealing a pale and lifeless face. Ah, Xiong! No. Find him. Seeing that he had already burned 1/3 of his law surface, he Xan was confident. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will drag Ghost Face Mask down with me. Ghost Face Mask was obviously not as good as before. The red light around his body had dimmed. The intense battle had consumed a lot of Ghost Face Mask's energy. Footsteps continued to sweep past him, but the Ghost Face Mask did not sense his presence. He had killed countless people, and was a vicious and merciless person. How could he be affected by such a small matter? His palm was like a blade. The slash did not make any sound. It was ethereal and unpredictable. Whoosh! Understanding Ghost Face Mask's thoughts, he Xan's consciousness also entered the Death King puppet's mind, and a few figures flashed towards Tang Tian. But when he saw it clearly, he immediately understood. The Su family, he Xan is from the Su family. No, I definitely cannot let them find me. Sensing he Xan's killing intent and fear, one of the Death King puppets suddenly retreated and turned to pounce towards the group. Bang, bang, bang. He Xan's attainments in Death King puppets was already comparable to the strongest martial artists in history. For the sake of stopping Ghostface Mask, he did not hesitate to ignite his own law surface. The Death King puppet, as a peak existence second only to the Death God, was extremely powerful and was hailed as the puppet closest to the Death God. One of the Death King puppets took the opportunity when Tang Tian was being held back by his 3 companions to break through the chains, sticking close to the ground. It quietly rushed towards Tang Tian. But I have to get through this stage first, then we can talk about it. If Ghostface Mask is truly Ancestor Lee's inheritor, then I can't let him live. If Ghostface Mask survives, then the Sioux family will be taken care of in a single night. The crowd went into an uproar. A few people rushed to the lady's side and consoled her. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation. Heart-wrenching cries resonated throughout the entire street. Tang Tian's hand trembled. The chains wrapped around the Death King puppet and flew back. That's right, he must be nearby. He actually took us young. Xian's face finally changed. Regardless of how perfect he was at concealing himself, he would not be able to escape from the meticulous search. The arm disappeared and transformed into a black scythe, bringing with it an eerie death aura. It slashed towards Tang Tian's neck. Phut! Even if I have to risk my life, I will find that bastard. A robust man said angrily. But at the moment, Tang Tian was not afraid at all. He was immersed in the angry fist seal. His burning body and ice-cold consciousness had achieved a miraculous balance. The arm-thick chains were weightless in his hands, and when they swept through the air, they brought forth a low and deep whistling sound, as though they were the roars of ancient beasts. Countless of fine tooth-like ripples spread out in the air. The courtyard turned into fine powder. He had perfectly concealed his aura. The death law space was called Hell, and Death God was one of the strongest forms of power in Hell. There was no doubt that the Death Puppet Master was powerful, but it was extremely difficult to train in, and had extremely high requirements on one's comprehension and temperament. Luckily, the commotion was too big, and the nearby citizens were all experienced and had long escaped far away. Su Ye's talent was not bad, but a pity his personality was too soft in the life and death law. If he could not even risk his life, what was the point of training? He, who was used to seeing blood, scoffed at such a flower that was kept in a greenhouse. Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, had blood flowing out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. His expression was terrifying. All of these ant-like existences still want to find me. They truly overestimate themselves. A sinister look flashed past his eyes. Ghostface Mask's movements became slower. He was extremely fatigued. Xian's face that was covered in blood was extremely sinister. He was used to the ugliness of humans and knew what they would look like in times of danger. Xian was shocked. If it was true, then it would definitely be a huge earthquake to the Sin domain. Ancestor Lee was powerful in the past. He had given grace to the Sin domain, and his inheritor was also so powerful, I'm afraid. 300 Everyone spread out. Do not let anything go. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I don't believe that we can't find him. The robust man said with hatred. The thick and sturdy chains brought forth after images, striking onto a Death King puppet that was attempting to sneak an attack on Tang Tian. The sound of bones and tendons breaking was drowned out by the low whistling sound and the oppressive striking sound, and could not be heard. The Death King puppet was like a ball that was struck. Its black figure flashed, and like an angry arrow, it fiercely crashed into a courtyard. Su Yi was an astute person, and immediately understood the situation. Could it be that he is truly Ancestor Lee's inheritor? But Xian carefully recalled that punch just now. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He remembered. Ghostface Mask's fist. No, it was not a fist. It was an empty fist. The fist was empty. He did not dare to continue thinking. At this moment, the martial artists dispersed. They hated this death puppeteer to the core. Bang! Both parties were getting closer and closer. Its black pupils flashed with a light aura. Its figure disappeared, and in the next moment, it appeared behind Tang Tian. What was even more unexpected was that its teleportation did not have any undulations of laws. Regardless of anything, I have to kill Ghostface Mask. Chapter 750. In the air, a lone arm held onto the death god scythe. It's perfect. Without thinking, he tiptoed again, and the high-speed rotation caused his body to slip again. Such a strange scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. He laughed maniacally, completely not concealing himself. His entire life of hard work, his entire life of darkness, his entire life of stubbornness and intolerance, he viewed human lives as grass, and at that moment he had finally taken a step that he had never dared to take in his entire life. Sigh. The death aura around the king puppet with the broken arm quickly dissipated. It became dim and disappeared like smoke. The miraculous change was happening in Tang Tian's body at an astonishing speed. I can't let Uncle He's sacrifice be in vain. They only felt their bodies becoming light as they subconsciously grabbed onto the death threads tightly. The 4 Death King puppets were actually lifted up by Tang Tian. But it was different now. Tang Tian felt as though there was a boundless ocean in his body. Casually brandishing it, he could hear the boundless power roaring in his body. He wanted to take down Purple Cuckoo City before anyone else. Sigh. The taut death threads were extremely sturdy, and astonishing power came from the death threads, causing the Death King puppet's body to immediately lose its balance. He knew what it was. It was the death god's arm, Uncle He's final burning of himself, and finally caught a glimpse of the figure behind the door of hell. Although it was just an arm, but it was the arm of the death god. Although it was not complete, it still represented a higher level of power. The extremely sturdy Death King puppet was easily sliced into 2. The Death King puppet that was sliced into 2 did not shed a single drop of blood. As though the black scythe had eaten its fill, it became even more dense and black, and continued to fly towards Tang Tian. The black flames engulfed his body. Xan, who was in the darkness, had his vision turned red, as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his eyes. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his mouth, nose, and ears. Burn my body, return to the silent earth. Another Death King puppet was slapped onto the King puppet scythe, and like a piece of paper it was sliced into 2. The King puppet scythe absorbed the death energy of 2 King puppets and became as black as ink, with a strange metallic luster. It drew a strange arc in the air, bringing along a mournful screech, and continued to shoot towards Tang Tian. Boom! Purple Cuckoo City. His gaze suddenly blazed with passion. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. His spinning body didn't stop at all, but the tip of his foot lightly tapped the ground. Uncle He, Death God Scythe. Shoo! The scythe was like a shark that smelled blood. It rushed over and pierced through the 2 clouds of black mist. The 2 clouds of black mist instantly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. The black scythe stopped and floated quietly in the air. Its appearance had completely changed. On the broad blade, there were many twisted and hideous human faces, from small to large. The edge of the scythe was even more terrifying. It was a row of sharp teeth with traces of blood on them. What did not match with the broad blade was its long and slender handle, causing people to suspect that it would break if they used a bit of force. Tang Tian's ice-cold state of mind finally had a ripple. Suddenly he understood something. Could it be that the Demon Six Seals is not a martial technique for fighting, but for tempering the body? The surrounding people all took in cold breaths. All of their faces were pale as they watched the scene. I never thought that before I die, I would actually be able to use this technique. The death energy that permeated into Tang Tian's body dissipated upon contact with the red light. Haha. To be able to die in front of this technique, I am extremely lucky. His entire body continued to bleed, and suddenly the blood beads started to emit tiny black flames. His deranged face regained its calmness, and the current him had an indescribable serenity. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and the spinning Tang Tian slid a few meters to the side as though he was sliding on ice. This thought flashed past his mind, but it was not the time to think about it. The death line's power was immense, and Tang Tian felt as though his bones were about to break. Tang Tian never thought that the scythe would be so strange. When he was 12 years old, Uncle He left. A strange smile surfaced on his face. Tang Tian's ice-cold state of mind did not have any ripples. His eyes were like burning red iron, emitting an aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. He Xian chuckled. At this point, it was already impossible for him to survive. But his heart was filled with fanaticism, his expression was deranged. He consecutively used all of the death aura from the 5 Death King puppets and combusted 4/5 of his matured law surface to finally create this technique. The Death Law puppet system's indisputable ultimate killing technique, and was the strongest killing technique in the entire Death Law system. Tang Tian's heart suddenly felt a sense of danger. It happened extremely quickly, to the point that when everyone heard the deranged laughter, before they could react, He Xian had already been engulfed by the flames. He Xian's body melted like ice inside the black flames, but his face maintained a calm and peaceful smile. Su Xiangdong raised his head. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down his cheeks, mixing with the pitch-black juice. A moment later, he wiped away his tears, completely disregarding the black, bitter juice on his face. His gaze became ruthless, and his expression became calm and composed again. He did not even glance at Ghost Face Mask's figure. He was already a dead man. Risking my life? Tang Tian's face finally changed. If he did not personally see the arm and the scythe, he would not have sensed anything. Just at that moment, on the pole, a hand started to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when it reached the elbow joint, it stopped. The scythe did not move. Bang! You are a devil, I am an angel. An indescribable power quietly took shape in his reconstructed flesh and blood. Origin Force was formed from the combustion of the power of the physique, and Tang Tian's power was also formed from the layers of the physique. The speed was as fast as lightning, but it still required a process of gathering and forming. Sigh. He was speechless. He could have made a move, but he did not. Uncle, he had already become everyone's enemy, the mortal enemy of the entire East Immortal City. If he stood out, the entire Su family would become everyone's enemy. I can't make a move. They exploded into 2 balls of black mist in the air, but strangely, the 2 balls of mist congealed and did not dissipate, as though they were alive. It was extremely terrifying. He watched Uncle He ignite his law surface, watched Uncle He ignite himself, and watched the death god's hand holding onto the scythe. Many blurry scenes from the past flashed past his eyes, the toddler who was learning how to walk and calling out for Uncle He to carry him. In the images of the young, there was always the figure who was always hugging him and smiling. The black death tightly coiled around Tang Tian, and Tang Tian could clearly feel the power coming from the death line and the bone-chilling corrosion, as though countless of worms were drilling into his body. Ghost Face Mask is dead. In his mind, the majestic and indifferent sky demon also felt the immense threat. Without thinking, he grabbed onto the 2 Death King puppets' hands, and with a shake, the 2 king puppets were flung out. The broken arm was not thick, but on the contrary, it was thin and weak. Its skin was pale white, and its 5 slender fingers held onto the scythe's hilt. The lone broken arm held onto the scythe, as though it had just been chopped off from a human body. There was still blood flowing out from the wound. The faces of the vengeful spirits on the scythe were all distorted, and wails could be heard. No matter how tightly they covered their ears, they were unable to stop the sounds. The rows of sharp teeth at the edge of the scythe slowly slid, like a hungry wild beast that could not wait any longer. But the surging red light continued to spread out from the sky demon's body like blazing flames. The flesh and blood in Tang Tian's body combusted silently. The red light was like a furnace fire. The flesh and blood were like furnace materials, continuously combusting and reforming. To be able to die under this move, I am truly lucky. 20 years later, Uncle He, who had killed countless of people, brought back countless of blood and vengeful spirits, brought back the name of someone who viewed human life as grass, and changed his name to become the smiling Uncle He again. Is this the true meaning of the angry fist seal? It was like a surging ocean. No, it was a blazing ocean, majestic and restless. Any small movement would cause a tsunami. He did not have much hatred in his heart, and he felt that there was no meaning in hating a man who was about to die. Bang! Taking down Purple Cuckoo City and the numerous Null Division prisoners will allow the Sioux family to step onto a higher stage. Purple Cuckoo City, without ghost face mask in his eyes, was like an unguarded beauty. It was extremely alluring. A Death King puppet that was flung into the air was like a hammer, smashing onto the king puppet scythe. Without any movements, the ocean of power in his body roared, causing Tang Tian's eyes to light up with a dazzling red light. His opened arms did not move, but the power in his waist suddenly exploded out, and his body suddenly spun. In mid-air, both of his hands suddenly extended forward, his palms moving like lightning, grabbing onto the throats of 2 Death King puppets. Crack! The Death King puppets' necks shattered. But the Death King puppets were like 2 cockroaches that could not die, although their necks were broken. They still used their hands and feet to attack Tang Tian. I can die in peace, you ants. He could feel that when the broken arm was completely regenerated, the dense death aura on the scythe suddenly disappeared without a trace. I can't do that. The black regiment of fire floated quietly in the air, squirming like it was alive. Suddenly, it transformed into a black fiery light and entered the death god scythe. Time seemed to have stopped. The extremely dense death aura congealed into the scythe, releasing a dense death aura, as though it was the death god scythe that specialized in reaping lives. The king puppet's strength was ultimately far from the death god. For the sake of unleashing the scythe, it had to sacrifice an arm. He wanted to embrace death, the world's greatest and most eternal destination. Su Xiangdong, who was in the distance, watched silently, his mouth gently chewing on the bitter fruit, the ink like bitter juice becoming more and more bitter. All living things returned to death. The ants in his eyes were like that. He was like that as well. He was just a speck in the mortal world, his heart towards the eternal darkness. That was his path. That was the source of life. Chapter 751. He closed his eyes, his body slightly leaned forward, and his arms drooped down. If only God Fist is completed. In his red and trembling vision, there was only the scythe raised by the single arm, the thin and pale white arm, the slender fingers, the row of sharp teeth, the twisted human face. All of this knowledge was like a story, a legend, from the day he started learning life and death laws. Suyi had never thought that he would see it with his own eyes. The pitch-black scythe aura slashed onto the bright red cross-blade aura. But at this time, Tang Tian's eyes were red from losing, and he used all the chips that he could to bet and bet them all. Xian had disappeared for 10 years, but when he appeared again, he was so powerful and tyrannical. It was enough to shake the entire Sin domain. Tang Tian did not know what use it had, but he did not have the time to think about it. With every step, the ground of East Immortal City would tremble. In the legends, the 12 A grade infamous men were all powerful martial artists that were able to enter the list of powerhouses. But compared to the martial artists on the list of powerhouses, they were even more mysterious. All of their hands were stained with blood and had countless enemies. They had tyrannical strength, and some ruled over a region. But the majority of them were mysterious, and few people knew of them. Only when they appeared in front of people and caused a storm of blood would people think of them. The scene before him made Su Yi unable to imagine it, and he was extremely shocked. It was just that the death god's arm and scythe was actually able to absorb the entire city's life force. If the real death god appeared, wouldn't the entire East Immortal City's life force be instantly sucked dry? Come, broken scythe! You broken scythe! The commotion was huge, and the entire East Immortal City was shaken. A terrifying existence that came from the highest realm of laws had descended into the world. To Su Yi, who trained in life and death laws, it was a completely different scene. The entire East Immortal City's life force was quietly slipping away. The loss was extremely slow, and without reaching the corresponding realm of strength, one would not even be able to sense the loss of life force. Crackle, crackle. Tang Tian's eyes released a bright light aura, causing the entire space around East Immortal City to tremble. To the Grim Reaper, this shocking word was as easy as lifting a finger. No, it did not need to raise its hand. It only needed to stand there. With every step he took, countless fragments left the ground and slowly floated into the sky. Suddenly, Su Yi felt envious to be able to see the highest law palace through the crack of the door before he died. How fortunate was that? He knew that with his talent and level, he might not be able to reach He Xian's level before he died. He Xian had already pushed open that door, the door to the highest hall of laws, the highest realm that any martial artist could only dream of. No one knew if anyone had ever been to that palace or what it looked like. The space around him trembled violently as visible ripples spread out in all directions. The fine ripples, with Tang Tian as the center, spread out to the entire East Immortal City. They were like waves of spatial shock waves, causing the entire space in East Immortal City to become extremely unstable. With a light sound, a small crack appeared on the brick, and a piece the size of a grain of rice slowly floated up. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch. Su Yi was extremely excited. Seeing hope, the gray spots on his body quickly disappeared, and his life force became vigorous. The citizens of East Immortal City seemed to have awoken from a dream. All of them flew away with pale faces. The six-armed demon in his body had a solemn and dignified appearance. Its entire body was releasing a dense red light. The angry fist seal on its palm had a red flame that was slowly throbbing. Waves of red light, along with the throbbing of the red flame, continued to spread out. Tang Tian started to rush towards the scythe and the arm. His steel-like eyes were blazing red. The wind whistled past his ears. The extremely fast wind brought along the trembling sound of the space around him, causing the flames in his red eyes to surge. Tang Tian was like a cat with its fur standing on end. The intense sense of danger caused him to tense up. Even though the arm did not have any aura when it raised the scythe, it was an extremely normal movement. But Tang Tian's intuition was extremely sharp, and the sense of danger in his heart was so dense that it felt like it was real. Tang Tian could faintly see a blurry figure beside the arm brandishing the scythe. The black blade aura quietly broke through the air. A deep sense of despair enveloped Su Ye's body. He stared at the master in a daze, as though he was waiting for the master to die. "Come on, broken scythe!" The spectators' faces all changed. But Su Ye's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought about the Thunder-Wind spear, Lu Tianwen, and how shocking his last spear was. Master's aura is actually even more astonishing than Lu Tianwen's last spear. He took a deep breath. He had a strong premonition that the attack he was about to face would be the strongest attack he had ever faced. Massacre the city. No one can stop me. Threads of life force converged from all directions and entered the death god scythe. A low and melodious melody came out from the scythe. The twisted and struggling faces on the scythe became peaceful. The dense red light flowed out like blood. Tang Tian's expression was calm and determined. He was not anxious at all. He breathed calmly as though he was about to fall asleep. His entire body did not have any killing intent. The bright red light converged towards his arms. Su Ye's face was ashen, and his body started to have gray spots. He trained in life and death laws and maintained a balance between life and death in his body. But at that moment, the intense despair caused his body and mind to lose balance, and the power of death started to gain the upper hand. Master Ghost Face Mask's aura is so powerful. Subduing spirit song. Su Ye's face was pale white. His eyes were sluggish. With every step he took, the red light around his body became dimmer, but the red light on his arms became denser. Tang Tian stared at the scythe in front of him. He squinted his eyes. but there was no fear in his heart. Tang Tian's eyes did not waver in the slightest. His expression was extremely calm. The sacrificial execution's greatest taboo was to waver in the slightest. But Tang Tian did not waver, not even in the slightest. He had gained enlightenment on the demon figure from the sacrificial execution, and at the moment the demon figure was giving back to the sacrificial execution. The two of them came from the same source, and with their combination, the situation was immediately different. This time, Tang Tian had a knife on his neck and was forced into a desperate situation. The two of them formed an intense contrast. The scythe and the arm's aura were restrained, and if one did not see them, they would not be able to sense their existence. Master Ghostface Mask was the complete opposite. His aura was released. He was like a regiment of flames, burning more and more intensely. The Demon's 6 seals were formed at the same time, and in the dense red light, a few flower petals appeared out of nowhere and slowly dropped down. Upon landing on the demon's body, they disappeared. Tang Tian roared in his heart. All the power in his body converged into his arms. He felt as though his arms were heavier than a broken mountain, and every step he took required him to use all his strength. His arms felt as though they were about to explode, as though something was about to break out of them. Tang Tian's body was being cleansed by the red light again and again. The boundless power converged and dispersed in a rhythmic pattern. Save everyone, and fight side by side with everyone, and then win. 2 bright red blade auras converged in front of Tang Tian, transforming into a red cross blade aura. Light explosions continued to sound out. Tang Tian's aura continued to soar. He did not move at all, like a statue. Only his eyes became even brighter. A thought flashed past Tang Tian's mind, but he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In his vision, the pale, skinny arm gently waved the scythe down. Failure and death. That was the final outcome, and the only outcome. Is this the A-grade infamous man? If all the life in the city was sucked dry, it would become a true city of death, a city of death laws. Pure death laws will continue to breed and grow, and the place will become hell. That's right, Master is the powerful martial artist who killed Lu Tianwen. Just at that moment, the arm slowly raised the scythe in its hand. Although he did not know where the scythe and the arm came from, but he had been through many battles, and his judgment of the danger level of the battle was instinctive. Such a strange and unconventional scene had surpassed all of his knowledge. Bang, bang, bang. That scythe, that arm, the power in Tang Tian's body that was like an ocean surged endlessly. Tang Tian's aura started to rise. Tang Tian, who was forced into a corner, used all of the power he could muster, using the Demon's 6 seals to strengthen sacrificial execution, even if the other 5 seals are dim and without light and are just for show. This thought came from his mind when he was fighting against the Death King puppet. Is the Demon's 6 seals used to fight or to temper the body? The scythe and the arm were extremely strange and sinister. The strange scene had exceeded the limits of their imagination, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. But Ghostface Mask was a completely different scene. He did not conceal his tyrannical and wild aura. It was something they had never seen before. It was like a gigantic beast releasing an ancient and inextinguishable might. At that moment, Tang Tian was on the verge of exploding. Borrowing the momentum, he used his 2 arms to slash upwards. The surrounding air flow became chaotic. The powerful aura caused the space around him to become unstable. His body was like the eye of a storm. The rapid wind caused his clothes to flutter. Su Yi suddenly raised his head, his face revealing a look of shock. His ashen face suddenly revealed a trace of life. The death god's right arm, the death god's scythe. This is the reason why I am standing here, and this is the reason why I must do it. Pieces of cracks started to form on the ground. Every step he took caused the space around East Immortal City to tremble. Suddenly he reacted and shouted to the surrounding spectators. All of you, scatter! All of you, scatter! Move further away. He opened his eyes, which were as determined as steel, as though nothing could make him waver. Sensing Tang Tian's determination in his silence, the Demon Six arms formed seals, but the seals on the other 5 arms were extremely blurry. Since it is the strongest attack, then I will deliver my strongest attack as well. He could also feel the life in the entire city being continuously devoured by the strange scythe. The low and melodious, spirit-suppressing song, upon nearing Tang Tian, was dissolved by the red light and disappeared. Chapter 752. Tang Tian's eyes twitched, the face behind the mask twitched, his hands that were crossed in front of his chest suddenly clenched into fists. He extended out his thumbs and pointed them downwards. Everyone looked at Ghost Face Mask with reverence. When the last wisp of black smoke dissipated, the black turbulence suddenly disappeared without a trace. The whistling in the sky, the chaotic space, all of it disappeared. Tang Tian stared at the ground in front of him blankly, his mind in a blank. It was like 2 storms that did not give way to each other, clashing head-on, causing the air to surge as though it was boiling. The whistling that filled everyone's ears caused them to be unable to hear anything else, as though the entire East Immortal City was in the middle of a storm. An old man led a group of people. The old man seemed to be jogging, his pale white face covered with perspiration. He seemed to be in a fawning position. He shot forward and knelt down. Many powerful martial artists who had reached a certain level would find it hard to improve, as their mental state was unable to break through. On the outside, there were the laws of heaven and earth, the cycle of life and death. Inside, there were the 7 emotions and 6 desires, fear and cowardice. Only with a truly powerful mental state would one be able to comprehend a stronger power and be able to control a stronger power. Countless rocks floated up. At the same time, the citizens of East Immortal City floated up. They were overwhelmed with shock. Their faces were pale white. They realized that they were unable to control their own bodies. Their law threads were completely unable to be summoned. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without any strength to resist. His body did not move an inch. Like a statue, the surging space around him, the chaotic power turbulence, the berserk winds did not move him in the slightest. Exhaling a long breath, Tang Tian regained his senses. He finally felt as though he had returned to the human world. His weak and limp body had regained some strength. He used his palm to support his body and struggled to stand up. The 55 Null Division prisoners all rushed forward, all of them using all of their strength to move Broken Peak. Unknowingly have I become so strong? The Yu family begs for forgiveness. Master, we beg for mercy. Just you wait. The next time we meet, I will beat you up until you cry. And after saving the 55 Null Division members, his heart was filled with joy, the affirmation of himself, the confidence in his strength after experiencing the baptism of the difficult and dangerous battle. His mental state had quietly transformed. Upon landing, he immediately rolled and crawled onto the Null Division prisoners. Without daring to delay, he rushed over. Tang Tian muttered to himself, smiling bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that Su Xiangdong would encounter such a ruthless fellow before they even fought. Just like that, he sat in front of the Broken Peak. Behind him, the dark, cold, and rough Broken Peak was covered with scars. It was like a huge warrior guarding Tang Tian. Both sides confronted each other, neither backing down nor dodging. The Black Shadow seemed to be very surprised by Tang Tian's action, and its figure stagnated. Even though the heavy breathing could be heard clearly from far away, no one spoke. The bright red, cross-shaped blade aura and the black blade aura clashed in the air. Tang Tian's thumbs up was like a chicken pecking at rice. If not for the mask, everyone could clearly see the unhappiness and provocation on his face. Even if we lose, we can't lose. Pay, pay, pay. The young man did not lose. Then we definitely cannot lose. Only when they felt solid ground beneath their feet did they wake up from their daze, but all of their faces were still filled with shock and fear. The Song family has brought 23 Null Division members to beg for forgiveness, Master. Suddenly, the illusory figure in the black turbulence moved slightly. The only visible arm holding onto the scythe raised up, pointing straight at Tang Tian, and made a throat-slitting gesture. He did not even have the time to change the null division prisoners into decent clothes, afraid that he would not make it in time, afraid that the ghost face mask would be enraged and cause the Yu family to be exterminated. When he had just received the letter from the ghost face mask requesting for the return of his subordinates, he was also filled with ridicule. Ancestor Lee's inheritor? Huh. Another guy who's thinking of something crazy. Return your subordinates? What a joke. The current price of a null division prisoner is so expensive, and you want to return them. Well done, Tang Tian. When one's strength reached a certain level, the strength of one's mental state would become more and more important. Master, please let us do it. One of the null division members shouted. Now he only felt that he had eyes but failed to see. The terrifying battle just now had simply scared him to death. Tang Tian was in disbelief, but even more than that, he had an intense self-confidence. They would never forget the scene that they had witnessed for the rest of their lives. This deathly silence was a tribute to the soul-stirring battle that had just taken place. He was their faith, and he had used his own actions to prove that he did not disappoint their faith. Bang, bang, bang. Looking down from the sky, the East Deity sect was split into two. The red and black light auras occupied half of the area. Inside the light auras, the chaotic air and the surging energy flow were roaring and roaring. His voice was trembling, his face was covered in perspiration, and his entire body was trembling. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. Who? The more intense the battle, the easier it was for a person to grow, and the test of life and death would stimulate a person's potential. And upon experiencing the baptism and tempering, one's mental state would become even stronger. The only king of the Ursa Major constellation, the only king of the Lupus people, had come to save them. If not for them being in the air, they would have thought that it was an illusion. The broken arm and the scythe released traces of black smoke, and with a speed visible to the naked eye, they gradually dissipated into the black turbulence. Only the Su family is left. He took a deep breath and extended his hand out, preparing to pull the broken peak. No one dared to go near. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment. When his eyes regained their focus, he saw the 55 null division members standing straight in front of him, looking at their familiar faces that were extremely excited yet restrained. The young man behind the mask could not help but smile happily. Tang Tian, who had just broken through his mental state, although his entire body was sore and weak, but his mental state was at its peak. Another flurry of footsteps came out. Everything in his field of vision was turbulent and blurry. The rapidly trembling space caused everything to become distorted. All of the bricks and stones floating in the air, the densely packed figures in the sky, all dropped down like dumplings. Immediately, countless of exclamations sounded out. Everyone lost their heads out of fear, their expressions flustered. They were still immersed in the terrifying scene just now, but they did not expect the danger to suddenly disappear without any warning, as though the terrifying scene was just an illusion. They stood straight, as per usual. Their clothes were all over the place, they were extremely dirty, their hair was messy and their faces dirty, but they still stood straight. All of their eyes were red, their hearts extremely excited. Perspiration continued to flow out, and in the blink of an eye, the perspiration formed a small stream that flowed down. Idiots! He could feel that although the power of the scythe was not complete, it was a power of another level, a power that he had never dared to think about in the past. And he was actually able to fight to a draw with the opponent. It was something he had never dared to imagine in the past. Hoo! Tang Tian's body maintained the posture he had before he slashed out. His body was slightly bent forward. His extended body was like a cheetah, filled with aggressiveness, ready to pounce at any moment. His hands were crossed in front of him. The ghost face that was raised up was filled with cracks. The cracks were soaked in blood, like a red spider web. The red light in his eyes that were like burning red iron slowly dissipated, and he regained the coldness and firmness of black steel. Martial artists who had gained enlightenment on law surfaces were slightly better, but it was only slightly better. The power that the law surface could project was suppressed to 1/10 of the usual. The Null Division members who were covered in dirt stared blankly at the familiar figure sitting on the ground, although the master was wearing a mask, but who could not recognize him? Under the black turbulence that continued to wash over him, an illusory figure stood there quietly. Humph! You can't even win against me, and you're still so arrogant? After so many days of despair, after so many days of suffering, after so many days of predicament, at that moment, seeing the figure who was gasping for breath while supporting himself on the ground, perspiring profusely, looking at the mask that was filled with cracks and soaked in blood, looking at the pair of eyes that had lost all of their spirit due to exhaustion. His body was recovering his strength at an astonishing rate. The originally exhausted power seemed to be once again being nourished. Threads of power quietly emerged from the depths of his flesh and blood, especially the life origin essence that he had swallowed. It was an astonishing amount, and there was a portion that he did not have time to absorb, and they settled in his flesh and blood, waiting for time to quietly awaken them. Who knew that the battle would actually allow him to have a breakthrough in his mental state and awaken them? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like a surging torrent, no one could stop it. As though there was a reaction, the red light on Tang Tian's side suddenly disappeared. But upon seeing the rapidly enlarging ground in their vision, they immediately broke free from the daze and immediately adjusted their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. There were people who landed in all sorts of weird postures. But the group was dead silent, no one spoke. But at this stage, Tang Tian no longer hesitated. Although fighting with the strange scythe had exhausted him, but not only was his mental state not fatigued, but instead he was in a strange state of excitement. Tang Tian looked at the blood-bare black flag that was stabbed into the broken peak, and could not help but feel high-spirited. He pointed towards the Su family. Let's go! Let's go there! Tang Tian's figure swayed, and with a bang he sat down on the ground. He had also broken free from his previous excited state, and now there was only the feeling of exhaustion after a great battle. His taut nerves relaxed, and exhaustion swept through his body like a tide. Everyone watched from afar, looking at this man who sat in a daze in front of the broken peak, gasping for breath, looking no different from an ordinary person. There was no straight spear, no proper sitting, no demeanor, no temperament. His palms supported on the ground, sweat flowing down his chin, continuously dripping onto the ground. He looked extremely battered and exhausted. With a rumble, the broken peak trembled, the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed. The eyes of the 55 steel-like men instantly turned red. Who? The black figure was like flying ash, dissipating in the black turbulence. Tang Tian's heart was filled with hatred. He completely did not know that the figure in front of him was the death god. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. The death god would still beat him up. In front of him, behind the red and black wall of light, the arm holding the scythe was also motionless. The light at this moment was indescribable. The red and black light shot up to the sky. They collided intensely, but they were clearly separated. The entire world was divided by the red and black light, and in the middle there seemed to be an extremely thin and indestructible wall of light. Chapter 753. Bang, bang, bang. The light shields on the soldiers' bodies lit up one after another. The wind here had already converged into wind blades. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were covered in radial patterns, which were carved by wind blades over the years. The savage continent is going to be unified. We will have a true king. But high risks were always accompanied by high profits. With the honorable Marshall Continent's goods as a base, a single trip would be enough to supply the Blackwater tribe with rations for the entire winter. Savage continent. The scattered guards were on high alert in all directions. Unlike the white snow that could be seen everywhere outside, there was no snow in the canyon at all. The wind here was too strong. The snow could not fall at all. Mu Jixia's expression was extremely strange. He knew of the Mountain Steel King Court and the North Snow King Court. They were the two strongest king courts in the northern part of the savage continent. Mu Jixia knew the powerhouses of the savage continent like the back of his hand. The two heroes of the northern lands were his sworn enemies. The enmity between them had been entangled for many years. How could they join hands? Ever since he was stationed in the Wei Yiguan continent and discovered the gigantic ice-wind gap, he would personally come to the ice-wind gap once a month. Using the sword ray to test the wind speed was a method he invented himself. For a full 20 years, he had recorded the changes in the wind force of the ice-wind vents for 240 months. Xiangbei was in a daze. His tone was like that of a nightmare. It was the Iron Mountain Royal Palace and the North Snow Royal Palace. They worked together to destroy the West Water Tribe. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the concentrated wind blades shot out like a torrential rain. If they want to go south, no one will dare to stop them. Xiangbei licked his lips and said in an ethereal tone, "She's a goddess of war, a true god of war. She's invincible, and no one can stop her footsteps." Someone said. Xiangbei finally came back to his senses. The shocking scene of that battle had given him a great impact. The powerful Westwater tribe was like a piece of paper in front of that flood. Mu Jixia's target was the icy wind gap, the deepest part of the icy wind canyon. "How many days have you been hungry?" Mu Jixia said with a smile. He didn't put on any airs as he casually walked to the other end of the table, picked up the dagger on the table, and cut off a piece of lamb leg meat, minding his own business and eating. The strong wind blew the white light into a long tail. He had a few bold guesses about where the other end of the star door led to. From the first moment he saw the icy wind gap, he had a feeling that he could use this huge starry door. It was this intuition that drove him to spend 20 years recording and investigating. Some of his guesses were gradually confirmed. It was the most ordinary of standard armor, and it was covered with small scars. It looked very old, but one could see that the wearer had maintained it with great care. Other than the pure white light around his body, Mu Jixia was no different from an ordinary soldier. His face was weathered, his beard was unkempt, his hair was a little white, and his eyes were deep. The bone-piercing chill caused the energy in their bodies to be consumed at an alarming rate. He nodded and strode into the hall. In the hall, a half-naked man was chewing on the table. Mu Jixia was surprised. War? Where wasn't there a war? Furthermore, isn't it normal to fight in the savage continent? Back at the encampment, Mu Jixia received a report from his subordinate. "Xiangbei of the Blackwater tribe is waiting for you." The Westwater tribe was one of the large tribes that had the potential to establish an imperial court. How could such a tribe be easily destroyed? A huge icy wind appeared in front of him. The ice-wind gap, with a diameter of more than 60 kilometers, was like the entrance to hell. In front of it, humans were so insignificant. Walking there, the wind had reached its peak, but there were no screams because the speed of the wind had surpassed the speed of sound. An endless stream of wind and chill surged out from the gigantic ice-wind gap. The rapidly flowing wind refracted light rays, and the gigantic ice-wind gap distorted the light rays as though it was a starry door. He paused for a moment and looked at Mu Jixia. The fear in his eyes mixed with a trace of anticipation, like an unstoppable ray of light in the endless darkness. Mu Jixia walked for about 10 minutes before reaching the place. The wind was extremely strong, and even he revealed a serious look. The light aura around his body became even brighter. His speed slowed down, and every step he took was extremely stable. The astonishing wind blades were extremely cold. The white light seemed to evaporate, causing Mu Jixia's energy consumption to increase by a few times. But the honorable martial continent did not act blindly without thinking. The reason why the savage continent was so mysterious in the eyes of the people was because it had never been conquered before. In history, there were many ambitious heroes who wanted to conquer the savage continent, but no one had ever succeeded. He was not an agile general and did not have many genius ideas. He only had persevering willpower and patience to advance step by step. Light tail 1 meter. Pa! The dagger in Mu Jixia's hand was broken. Pursuing the Honorable Martial Continent's strategy of encroaching, the Honorable Martial Continent's influence in the Savage Continent was expanding step by step. Mu Jixia's infiltration of the Savage Continent continued to deepen. The intelligence reports and information flowed like water to Mu Jixia's table. Mu Jixia carefully chewed on the mutton, and after a moment he asked, "What? Could it be that the road wasn't peaceful?" The mysterious Savage Continent slowly lifted its veil in front of Mu Jixia, revealing its chaotic, barbaric, and powerful true face. Mu Jixia recorded it down. He kept his steel sword and stared at the gigantic ice wind gap in front of him, even though he had seen it countless of times. But every time he looked at the gigantic ice wind gap, he could not help but exclaim in admiration at the miraculous nature and the immense power it contained. Outstanding military generals would always have a flash of inspiration, but to use 20 years to complete its willpower was extremely rare. The Blackwater tribe was a small tribe nearby, and was one of the first tribes to interact with the Wei Yiguan continent, and the two of them had known each other for a long time. The current Honorable Martial Continent's influence continued to grow, and they continued to build friendships with the big tribes. But Mu Jixia still treated Shangbei as an esteemed guest, and did not neglect him because the Blackwater tribe was weak. Mu Jixia unsheathed the steel sword at his waist, which was covered with a layer of dense white light. Mu Jixia's words were not exaggerated in the slightest. The Savage Continent was the most chaotic place, and it was extremely normal for the tribes to fight with each other. That was also the reason why the Savage Continent's trade routes were cut off. If the caravans were to encounter them, their goods would be plundered, and if worse, their goods would be lost. As though he did not feel anything, step by step he walked to the ice wind gap. "You guys can stop here." Although the Savage Continent had many tribes and were constantly fighting with each other, but upon encountering an enemy invasion, they would unite and erupt with astonishing power. When he heard the news, his first reaction was that it was preposterous, but he knew that Shangbei was a steady man and would definitely not speak nonsense. He shook his head. "I do not know either, but I heard a few rumors saying that it was a woman, a godlike woman." Tai Ji and Si Ming kneeled at her feet and worshipped her as their master. She brought her army south, and no one could stop her. She was like a war god, undefeatable and undefeatable. The Gold Forest King Court was not willing to let her pass, and was defeated by her. Their reputation fell, and they were so scared that they could only move west. On the way back, I heard that the Gold Forest King Court no longer exists. His subordinates betrayed him, and his head was sent to the war goddess. The Gold Forest King Court's tribes were all devoured by her. The light barrier on the soldiers' bodies started to spark, and they had difficulty moving forward. But that was not the most painful thing. The most painful thing was the cold intent contained in the wind. The Ice Wind Canyon was the origin of the cold air in the entire Wei Yiguan continent. And the reason why the Wei Yiguan continent was covered in snow all year round was because of the Ice Wind Canyon. This cautious and conscientious attitude made him deeply loved and respected by the soldiers, as well as the trust of the Honorable Martial Continent's higher-ups. Very few people knew that Mu Jixia was guarding the Wei Yiguan continent and had an unknown mission. "I starved for 12 days. Shangbei mumbled. "I almost could not return." Mu Jixia walked inside without looking back. The white light around his body became even denser, like a sun in the raging winds. The soldiers behind him watched their master strolling leisurely with fanatical gazes. 20 years of perseverance was a terrifying power. The gigantic ice wind gap was a gigantic star door. The Wei Yiguan continent was famous for its bitter cold. It was bordered to the Savage Continent, and the extreme cold energy caused the place to only have one season. The one guarding the place was the number one of the 5 honorable martial tigers, Mu Jixia. Mu Jixia had always been guarding the Wei Yiguan continent and rarely left. Compared to the other 4's illustrious achievements, His achievements were nothing to write home about. But his position as the number one of the 5 honorable martial tigers had never wavered. Westwater Tribe. Mu Jixia stopped what he was doing, his face gloomy. The Westwater Tribe and the Blackwater Tribe both had the word water, but the 2 tribe strengths were as different as heaven and earth. The Westwater Tribe was one of the few large tribes in the central region of the Savage Continent. They were extremely powerful, and their patriarch Chi-Tu was even more ambitious. Mu Jixia immediately sensed something strange. What? How did they join hands? Mu Jixia's tone became serious. The Wei Yiguan continent was covered in snow. The raging winds mixed with snowflakes the size of goose feathers, causing the entire place to be covered in white. It was difficult to see anything beyond 3 m. His entire body released a pure white light aura, and he strolled leisurely in the berserk wind and snow. The Westwater Tribe was destroyed. I saw it with my own eyes. Shang Bei was in a daze. His tone was erratic. Shang Bei, who had finally eaten his fill, gulped down a mouthful of hot wine, then raised his head in satisfaction. He gasped for breath, then said, "We met with a war." The honorable martial continent had been eyeing the savage continent for a long time, and was different from the other continents, as the honorable martial continent had a certain level of understanding of the savage continent. Although the savage continent's living environment was terrible, but it was not as barren and desolate as the rumors said. On the contrary, the savage continent had a few special products that could make the honorable martial continent even stronger. Shang Bei was in a daze, and after a moment, his face revealed a strange expression. He turned and left. After many years of observation and recording, he realized that the changes in the wind at the ice wind gap had a unique pattern. They walked into a large canyon, and the deeper they went, the stronger the wind became. Ever since Mu Jixia guarded the Wei Yiguan continent, not only did he not attack the savage continent, he even took the initiative to repair the relationship with the surrounding tribes and encourage trade. Although the honorable martial continent's trade was not as developed as the southern region, but compared to the backward savage continent, it was still much more prosperous. Chapter 754. The Null Division had the best adaptability to the new formation, since they were already used to it from their daily training, and to them, it was just a brand new tactic. Although the others, like Gu Shui and the rest, were extremely hardworking, but they were still far from being qualified. To be able to persevere for 20 years, his determination was extremely firm and would not be easily shaken. For them to be able to stand out from so many people, regardless of willpower or talent, they were all outstanding. Your current life can't be said to be good, but it's still free. Mu Jixia sighed. I have seen it all for the past few years. The honorable martial continent and the savage continent have been communicating with each other for 20 years, and with the Blackwater tribe as an example, everyone's days are much better than before. If we are truly united, will our days be better than now? He rushed back to the Blackwater tribe and found his son, and spoke softly. Get everyone to prepare. Throw away the things that you do not need, and bring everyone out of here. The Sin domain had been separated from the army system for a few hundred years, and they were extremely unfamiliar with the army system. His son was shocked. Father, what happened? He summarized the training experience in his mind. Shang Bei left the honorable martial continent's encampment. Amidst the snow and wind, his dazed expression disappeared. He turned to look at the honorable martial continent's encampment that had already become blurry. Where was the dazed look in his eyes? That's right, the powerful Westwater tribe was completely swallowed, and the even stronger Gold Forest King Court was also defeated. They are truly too strong. Mu Jixia's face was filled with shock, but then he changed the topic. With the northern heroes joining hands, what will the southern tribes do? One of them was the twin sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Yi. They were telepathically connected and protected Han Bingning from both sides, the three of them forming a triangle offensive formation. He was like a blind zither player, gently plucking a string. Nie Qiu, who could not see anything, had a smile on his face. His clothes fluttered without any wind, and the yin-yang formation quietly formed. The undulation came from Taixia. It was their secret signal. An enemy had infiltrated. Xiang Bei left the honorable martial continent's encampment in a daze. Along the way, there were many soldiers who were familiar with Xiang Bei and asked him about it, but Xiang Bei only shook his head and did not speak. The Blackwater tribe did not have many people, and quickly finished cleaning up. Everyone stood up one after another. For them, every round of training required them to put in 120% of their effort. Especially Victor and the others, they had never experienced such high-intensity group training. For example, Su Anzhong's usual training intensity would only be higher than this kind of training, but he didn't need to be distracted by others. He wouldn't interrupt training just because his teammates weren't in sync. Xiang Bei's news brought a great shock to Mu Jixia, but what truly provoked Mu Jixia was Xiang Bei's gaze when he said those words. It was like a dagger stabbing Mu Jixia's heart. Qin Zhen's strength was so valiant. Even the slightest movement of grass in the wind, he would be able to detect the abnormality, although he had not broken through to the law surface. But his law threads were already extremely close to perfection. Nie Chio smirked. Let's head north. Everyone take a break. We'll come back in 4 hours. Our training this time is the 3 yin-yang transformation tactic. Everyone take a good look at it. In the night, the Blackwater tribe was in a hubbub of voices. The people were panicking, but fortunately, Xiang Bei's prestige in the tribe was extremely high. In the past, it was precisely because of Xiang Bei's determination to maintain a connection with the honorable martial continent that the Blackwater tribe's life had undergone an earth-shattering change. They would rather follow a goddess of war than accept the supreme honorable martial continent. Again, Gu Shui wiped the perspiration off his forehead, his expression unswerving determination. Mu Jixia's eyes flashed with a stern look. He said, "Use all of our informants. I want to obtain all the information on this woman." In less than 4 hours, Nie Chio had completely recovered. He could not see with his eyes, but the minute changes in the formation could not escape his senses. At this time, everyone in the formation had recovered their strength, but he did not immediately start. After Xiang Bei left, Mu Jixia's face darkened. Their individual strengths were much stronger than the Null Division members, and tactics were not a problem for them. The most important problem was their rhythm. They had to perfectly assimilate into everyone's rhythm, and not let everyone follow their rhythm. Mu Jixia patted Xiang Bei's shoulder and laughed without saying a word. Another ripple quietly arrived. Tai Xie's scouting ability was extremely outstanding, especially since he was different from ordinary scouts. He did not rely on the undulations of laws, but the vibrations of the air. Nie Chio's formation had an invisible thread that connected the iron scorpion. Nie Chio lowered his head, his hair drooped down, and no one could see his expression. No one could see the killing intent that flashed past Nie Chio's face. It must be Qin Zhen. Mu Jixia's words were not without reason. Since ancient times, the savage continents north and south had a huge difference, and there were many conflicts between the two sides. Yes, suddenly, an almost inaudible voice rang out from the corner of the room, and a shadow disappeared. With such a powerful strength, and the person who had the highest possibility of killing his way back to Purple Cuckoo City, the first person that popped up in his mind was Qin Zhen. The Null Division, led by Amari and Han Bingning, was the foundation of the formation. If Gu Shui and the rest were able to assimilate into the formation, they could greatly increase the might of the formation. But the basic operation of the formation did not rely on them. Xiang Bei gave a simple order. He did not explain the reason, and all the people who trusted them followed him. In the night snow, Xiang Bei's eyes were as bright as stars. He yearned for the sun to rise. Purple Cuckoo City. According to the requirements of training, everyone stood in their positions. Every training session they would give it their all, and did not dare to be careless. They were stronger, and their eyesight was more outstanding. They could see that once they truly assimilated into the formation would be able to unleash an immense might. The person who improved the most was out of everyone's expectations. Suddenly, an extremely obscure undulation was transmitted to Niechio. Niechio said calmly. Xiangbei's face became even worse. Noticing that Xiangbei's gaze had landed on the broken dagger in his hand, he sighed. Your news has truly shocked me. Niechio closed his eyes and rested. Niechio, who could not see anything, sneered. His senses were extremely sharp, but he did not sense anything, which meant that the intruder was extremely powerful. Everyone nodded their heads, feeling that Niechio's words were reasonable. Niechio did not say anything. He did not tell anyone. Hearing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and all of them started to lie down. The two heroes of the Northern Lands are now her left and right arms. Mu Jixia said indifferently, Let's not talk about whether or not the female war goddess is their puppet. If the savage continent is unified, will the North be the leader or the South? The sudden appearance of the female war goddess had broken his plans. He could not sit and watch the unification of the savage continent. It meant that his plans had failed, and meant that the honorable martial continent had completely lost the possibility of obtaining the savage continent. Xiangbei revealed a look of understanding and sighed. That's right, if I were to hear the news like you, I would not dare believe it either. In truth, Mu Jixia had long understood this point, but after 20 years of management, he had more or less developed a sense of closeness to the savage humans. Because of that, he could not help but have a trace of fantasy. But upon seeing Xiangbei's gaze, he completely woke up. They who were serious improved quickly. Gu Shui, Su and Zhong, Roland Su, Victor, Ben Sun, all of them looked as though they were facing a great enemy. Niechio continued, Everyone practiced the 3 yin-yang transforms yesterday, but they did not complete it well. We were worried that it was because of the training, so today we will have a break. Everyone perform well. Xiangbei's heart shook upon hearing that, and his face immediately became ugly. The so-called training was their common phrase. It meant that they did not spit out their strength but kept their training. And the break was to let go of their hands and truly attack. Gu Shui still had physical strength, but the rest were exhausted, and if they continued to train, the results would not be good. Niechio's own mental state was similarly exhausted, and he needed time to recover. Gu Shui and the rest were surprised. They had just trained in the yin-yang rings, which was a defensive tactic. Why did it suddenly change to the 3 yin-yang transforms? The 3 yin-yang transforms was an offensive tactic, and they had trained for the entire day yesterday. There's no time to talk. Xiangbei said, Go inform everyone now. There was an enemy invasion. The rest of the people around her were already swaying left and right, all of them looking extremely miserable. Victor was the most miserable. He was naturally undisciplined, and the strict discipline made him feel that he could not handle it. Roland Su was also in a sorry state. She looked at Gu Shui with admiration. They were both women, but Gu Shui's performance was much more outstanding than hers. Even Ben Sun, who had the best physical strength, was unable to take it. Su and Zhong was much better. He was from the hardship sect and had a strong willpower. Although he was exhausted, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Niechio told Tai Xie not to use it for the time being. To him, it was enough to know the enemy's general location. The other person who had improved was Ping Shaoshan. His improvement was because he had to continuously use spatial laws to break open the golden steel gravel. Victor and Ben Sen's injuries required a large amount of life origin essence, and with so many people training, they required a lot of life origin essence. Every day he would be as tired as a dead dog, but it was because of the high intensity and high precision training that his laws improved at an astonishing rate. At that time, Mu Jixia completely understood that he was an outsider to the entire savage continent. Regardless of how many resources or rations he brought to the savage continent, as long as he tried to advance into the savage continent, he would definitely encounter intense resistance from the entire savage continent. Even if it was the Blackwater tribe in front of him, they would definitely fight him to the end. Tai Xie had grasped the general location of the enemy, but because he was afraid that the enemy would sense it, he did not dare to lock onto the enemy. Nie Chio was probably afraid that they would forget, and thus no one had any suspicions. He raised his head as though nothing had happened and spoke as per normal. Rest time is over. Prepare for the next round of training. The savage continent that was in chaos, the savage continent that was in constant war, and the honorable martial continent needed the savage continent, was the savage continent that the honorable martial continent needed. It was to the point that Nie Chio had arranged a position for Ping Shaoshan in the formation, causing him to be extremely excited. What caused everyone to be dumbstruck was that Ping Shaoshan's positioning was extremely good. As though he did not train much, he had perfectly assimilated into Nie Chio's formation. Chapter 755. At that time, Su Xiangdong did not stop at all and pounced straight for Purple Cuckoo City. At that time, the terrifying power from East Immortal City that soared into the sky caused his heart to palpitate and his face to change. That is the highest level of power, even if it is just an arm of the Death God. Holding on to the Death God's scythe, it is enough. Compared to them, Han Bingning's team was much quieter. All of the Null Division prisoners had outstanding discipline. This was not so obvious when they were prisoners, but instead displayed their arrogance and untamed nature. But in the training grounds, they worked hard without any complaints, and all of the orders were completed meticulously. He recognized Victor and the rest, but he did not recognize the rest, as their temperament was extremely similar to the prisoners back home. It was his first time seeing so many Null Division prisoners, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. The formation in front of him was like an awakened monster that was constantly moving its body. He thought, this blind man is most likely the true leader of the Null Division. If I can capture this blind man, maybe I can make all of the arrogant and untamed Null Division prisoners obediently listen to me. But how old are they? Following the changes in the formation, the frequency of their breathing gradually became uniform. With the death of Ghostface Mask, Purple Cuckoo City became defenseless in his eyes. In the huge training grounds, there were only the sound of footsteps and the heavy breathing, as though they were prehistoric beasts that were swallowing the sun and moon. The people shuttling back and forth were like springs that had been compressed to the extreme and were suddenly released. But he did not mind it. To him, this level of alertness only made him feel that it was slightly troublesome. He quietly snuck into Purple Cuckoo City and very quickly realized that all of the important figures of Purple Cuckoo City were actually in the training grounds. Every time the formation revolved, when it came to Victor and the rest, there would be a slight delay. Just at that moment, the blind young man who was seated cross-legged suddenly pressed down with both of his hands. This sound. Is that breathing? Victor and the rest rejoiced in their hearts. They did not hug the wrong thigh. Seeing Ben's son, who was dejected from the blow, everyone was filled with sympathy. All of them, in terms of individual strength, were all mini versions of Ben's senators. Gu Shui was the strongest. Her role was unique, and her status was equal to Han Bingning and Amari. Su and Zhong, Victor, Roland, Su, and Ben's son were one rank lower, but with the addition of 4 yang points, it allowed the formation to become more sturdy and had more variations. Ping Shaoshan, who had recently become much stronger, was the most inconspicuous yang point. Han Bingning and Amari were the 2 most important yang points in this formation. The yang point was the fulcrum of the battle formation. However, only 2 yang points were too weak for the entire battle formation. He needed more yang points. The addition of Gu Shui and the rest would greatly improve the entire battle formation. Right team, pay attention. Curve, small curve, don't walk in a straight line. Guesses were guesses, knowledge was knowledge, but in the end no one had seen an army before and no one knew what a real army was like. This thought moved him even more. He felt that he had made the right decision to come here. Very good. The terrifying blade aura caused the air to tremble, and everything in his field of vision became dim. He traveled day and night without resting, and at that moment he needed to seize every second. Whoever seized the initiative, even if it was just for an hour, would be able to change the entire situation. From the start, he had never thought that Ghost Face Mask would be able to survive such a terrifying technique, much less contend against it. It was another level of power, and even if it was not complete, it was enough to suppress Ghost Face Mask. Suddenly, his gaze pierced through the layers of people and landed on the blind man who sat solemnly in the center. Su Xiangdong's face finally changed. Nie Qiu did not feel happy or sad. It was a problem of tacit understanding. The current situation was much better than before. At the start, the few of them were like headless flies that randomly bumped into the formation, causing the formation to turn upside down. But Nie Qiu did not give up, although he already had a Maori and Han Bingning, the two experts in his yin-yang formation. He was able to activate it. The increase in yang points caused the formation to become stronger, but at the same time it also caused the formation to become more complicated, and the difficulty of training became higher. The rumors regarding the Null Division prisoners had long spread throughout the Sin domain, and the group of people all had the same aura. Many people guessed that it was an army, although armies had long disappeared from the Sin domain, but a lot of related knowledge was still passed down. I can consider it. All of them are not that strong. This way, I can leave a strong impression in their hearts and make them fear me in the future. The blind man seemed to have sensed his gaze and suddenly smiled. The breathing sounds of the few hundred people converged into one, like a dragon or snake. The entire place could hear it clearly, as though it was right beside their ears. Their breathing continued to adjust. His gaze landed on Nie Qiu, who was in the middle of the group. All of the orders were given by the blind man. The laws on the blind man's body seemed to be unique, but Su Xiangdong did not take it to heart. In the Sin domain, there were many unique laws, and it was nothing strange. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. The moving silhouettes shuttled back and forth, as smooth as quicksilver flowing on the ground. But what truly caused his heart to palpitate was the sound of breathing. Everyone's breathing was actually the same. Su Xiangdong's heart tensed up. Ben Sun had always been the most famous person in the Purple Cuckoo City, but amongst the group of people, he was actually not that outstanding. If Master Ghostface Mask did not mention it, Ben Sun would not understand how a Maori's terrifying Beast King grade body was born. The ordinary members of the Null Division all had tyrannical bodies that were not inferior to him. Every single one of their bodies were as though they were cast from copper and iron, containing terrifying strength. To any family, such subordinates were something they yearned for even in their dreams. Pay attention to your position. Pay attention to your front and left. Do not exceed 5 steps. Pay attention to your position. Or use your pressure to suppress the entire place. Looking down from the sky, one could see 2 different colored blade auras that resembled snakes or waves, moving about and stacking on top of each other. The Null Division prisoners were disobedient, and to the various families it was a huge problem, and until now no one had solved the problem. Seems like the key to solving the problem is the blind man in front of me. Their individual strength was inferior to a Maori and Han Bingning, and even worse than Gu Shui. Their tactics and tactics were 0. And in the future, would there still be a place for them in the group? A Maori also kept quiet, he no longer roared, and similarly adjusted his breathing. If they were trained well, they would be able to synchronize their breathing in the blink of an eye. But they were obviously unable to do so and needed to repeatedly adjust their breathing. The undulations that came from afar caused him to feel fear, and if he was truly in the middle of it, he would definitely not be able to escape death. A group of beast-grade bodies that were comparable to Black Ben Sun. It was a terrifying scene that caused people to tremble. The yin-yang formation that Nie Qiu had gained enlightenment on was something that even Victor, an experienced and knowledgeable person, had never seen before. It did not require any power of the physique. Such a unique attribute caused everyone to click their tongues in wonder. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the scene, his pupils constricting. Looking at these young faces, everyone couldn't help but be speechless in their hearts. Being young meant that they had limitless potential. Their foundations were already so solid, and their future achievements were limitless. A group of youths with such solid foundations, as long as they were given time, their future would be unimaginable. When the blade light converged, Han Bingning and Amari's aura rose to its peak. They took action at the same time, and two dazzling blade auras that were over 100 m long swept out. The intense sense of urgency made them work extremely hard. Tactics were foreign to them, but they were all outstanding figures and quickly understood it. Su Xiangdong's heart jumped inexplicably. He felt as though a terrifying power was forming. Yin-Yang formation, with the Yin as the front line and the Yang as the formation point. Su Xiangdong hid in the shadows in the corner, quietly observing the group of people on the training grounds, his heart trembling with fear and joy. Left team, pay attention to your footsteps. The figures were like afterimages brought about by high speed, and they came one after another like the waves of the sea. They raised their guillotine blades high up in the air, enveloped by all sorts of light auras. All of the muscles on their bodies tensed up. Su Xiangdong, who was hiding in the shadows, was determined to obtain all of the prisoners. With so many null division prisoners, I can definitely sweep the entire Sin domain. Su Xiangdong was a cautious man. He did not immediately take action, but observed from the shadows. Blind and frail, this fellow's strength wasn't that high. Amari's loud voice came out from time to time in the group. His eyes were wide open in anger. He was extremely motivated. His team was invading like fire. After staying together for a few days, the last bit of arrogance in Victor and the rest's hearts had already disappeared. The process of the null division members gaining enlightenment on law threads caused Victor and the rest to be dumbstruck. Gaining enlightenment on law threads was not a difficult thing, but it was the first time they had seen it so easily and effortlessly, and furthermore, there were so many of them doing it. In any team, the leader's temperament would affect the entire team's temperament, and Han Bingning's iceberg-like calmness caused her team to display a similar temperament. They were usually silent and would automatically adjust themselves. Who? Chi. Who? Chi. Could this be an army? The undulations of the Yin threads made the entire formation seem as though it had suddenly come alive. Groups of null division members followed the Yin threads of the formation. Weaving in and out, advancing and changing positions, the aura of the formation continued to change. Rush forward, slash downwards. Su Xiangdong was thinking. He did not understand the complicated and chaotic changes in the training grounds. He could not be bothered to understand. He was trying his best to think of a way to rush in and capture the blind man. When he rushed to Purple Cuckoo City, he quickly realized that it was heavily guarded. But in the end, they were no longer surprised. How are they humans? They are completely a group of human-shaped beasts. The power of the physique in their bodies surged like wild beasts, and out of the few of them, only Ben's son could compare to them. Chapter 756. Outside of this frenzied wave of attacks, there were two teams on the left and right. They were Han Bingning and Amari who had attacked first. But again, that was all. Like an arrow, the sword ray pierced through a phoenix and a sleeve at the same time. Compared to the Roland family's soft water sleeve, Su Xiangdong's evaluation of phoenix fire was higher. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Teopiot family had comprehended 500 types of fire elemental laws, choosing the strongest 13 and fusing them together to form the phoenix fire. That was Su Xiangdong was a little surprised. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. This sword's target wasn't him. Two blade auras swept past the top of his head. The heart-palpitating berserk aura swept past his head like a steel brush, causing his scalp to go numb. A chill ran down Su Xiangdong's spine. His heart sank. When did the other party discover him? Regardless of whether he managed to slash or not, he would roll on the ground to give himself some space. Su Xiangdong immediately felt the pressure. Those multicolored sword rainbows pierced straight into his heart. It was impossible to defend against, but they did not have any killing intent. "Do you want me to die of heartbreak?" Su Xiangdong sneered in his heart, but when her figure appeared, there was a momentary pause in his mind. Gu Shui, who was in the sky, could see everything clearly. Groups of Null Division members carrying their guillotine blades rushed towards Su Xiangdong from all directions. Their physique was like that of wild beasts, coupled with the large guillotine blades that were the size of doors. Every step they took shook the earth and mountains. The incomparably dense slashes didn't give him any time to think or counterattack. His strength was constantly being consumed, and cracks appeared in the spatial barrier. There were a few slashes that didn't even deviate. The terrifying power made him feel like he was being rammed by a wild beast. Kill! One after another, beast-like silhouettes came from all directions. They were like the waves of the sea, advancing wave after wave. Every one of them only needed one slash to turn them into demons. This was the new move that she had comprehended, the screen of unsevering yearning. If it was a one-on-one battle, even if Gu Shui could trap Su Xiangdong for 20 breaths of time, she would still be defeated in the end due to her lack of killing methods. Fortunately, Gu Shui was not alone. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sound of dense footsteps rang out in his ears, as if a herd of beasts was madly charging towards him. She raised the monarch yearning strike high up in the air. Countless rainbow swords surged out from the sword blade. Like ribbons exploding in a festival, they poured down from the sky, dragging long rainbow tails behind them, transforming into a large rainbow light screen, enveloping the entire field. Su Xiangdong's brows twitched. This sword ray exuded a faint aura of the life and death law. He had heard that a traitor had appeared in the Su family. He did not cultivate the seal of life and death, but chose to cultivate the sword. The wind was Ben's son, the fire was Victor, the water was Su, and the sword intent was Su Anzhong. The collision of laws of opposite natures produced an astonishing power, not to mention that there was even a wind wall sealing them off. The distance between every member had been meticulously calculated, and that was Niechio's pursuit of the highest frequency of attacks. Su Xiangdong felt it deeply. The slashes were like a torrential storm. There was no gap at all. It was so dense that it made people despair. The 4 of them were roused, even though they had trained in lost surfaces. But the power of the physique was useful to any martial artist. The 4 of them activated their own laws, and 4 bright young dots appeared, resonating with Gu Shui, who was even more dazzling in the sky. Gu Shui, who was in the sky, was calm. Bang! Rocks flew everywhere. Su Xiangdong immediately understood that it was Ben's senator. His admiration for Ben's son was much higher than the other 2. To be able to comprehend the minor and minor winds from the wind blade, they were all powerful people. But it was a pity she was too old. The power projected by the yearning law surface made her feel unprecedentedly strong. There was no killing intent on her face, only gentleness. Kill! 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 The member was vexed, but he knew that it was not the time to be vexed. He threw away his blade and anxiously rolled away. The 2 of them looked at each other and moved out at the same time. Just at that moment, a black and white sword aura suddenly shot out from the water sleeves and phoenix fire. Monarch Yearning Strike was a large sword with a wide hilt, and Gu Shui's hands were small, requiring both hands to wield it. The sword hilt was wrapped with auspicious rainbow ropes, and at the end of the ropes was a string of red beans. The sword guard was shaped like a swallow's wing, and the wide sword body had 7 straight rainbow lines. Su and Zhong and the other 3 stood in 4 corners, at that moment, in Niechio's gray world. Their entire bodies were releasing dazzling light auras, and their yang dots became even brighter. I need to retaliate. The 30M wide blade aura was like a wall of light that whistled through the air. The gorgeous colors formed a beautiful and dazzling light scar in the air. 2 blade auras crushed down with a terrifying, trembling sound. How did they discover me? Life and death laws? The explosion caused by the sword auras was like throwing a torch into a barrel of gunpowder. The originally peaceful phoenix fire and water sleeves clashed with each other in the wall of wind. The continuous explosions lit up at the same time. Su Xiangdong's face changed. He could not care about anything else. He released the power of his law surface, causing the space around him to distort. Su Xiangdong sneered, "That's perfect." The space around him distorted. As long as the water sleeves got close to him, they would slide past him, and none of them were able to touch his clothes. A faint sorrow that was like an unfathomable mist pervaded out from his body, causing his mind to be in a daze. The screen of yearning strike could not be broken by brute force. The blade could not sever yearning. The beautiful and gentle sword rainbows did not harm people, but only awaken the yearning hidden deep in people's hearts. From the initial panic to the current calmness, it only took 1 to 2 breaths of time. All of these techniques looked powerful, but in his eyes they were not as shocking as the sword rainbows. He was too familiar with all of these laws. They were strong, but they were not on the same level as him, and the threat they posed to him was pitifully small. The dazzling light aura from the explosion caused Su Xiangdong's vision to turn white. Su Xiangdong felt uneasy. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a hunter to a prey. It was sudden and without any warning. He did not know how the enemy had discovered his methods, or what kind of attack they had planned. It was this unknown that made him feel uneasy. Su Xiangdong's mind trembled. His vision turned into a rainbow of colors, and his heart suddenly felt pain. In that moment, Su Xiangdong, who regained his senses, made a decision. When being ambushed, if he only dodged, it would only make him more and more passive. And counterattacking could often disrupt the enemy's rhythm and give him the chance to survive and turn the situation around. What is this? When the nearest Null Division team was 10 m away from Su Xiangdong, they suddenly leapt up, the large guillotine blades on their shoulders raised up high. The suspicion flashed past his mind, but he did not have the time to think about the details. The enemy has discovered me, but pretended not to notice, and suddenly launched an attack. It is a premeditated sneak attack. He roared out. All the muscles in his body tensed up. The thin King Kong clothes seemed to be on the verge of exploding. He glared angrily and slashed down with all his might. He secretly nodded his head in his mind. This sword is rather proficient. Gu Shui's screen of unsevering yearning was unique, but she had only gained enlightenment for a short period of time, and could only maintain it for a short period of time, only 20 breaths of time. Su Xiangdong's face suddenly changed. He groaned. A light aura flashed past his body. The space beneath his feet distorted. The ground strangely crumbled, and he sank into the ground. He flicked his finger towards the sword aura, his heart proud. So what if it's the life and death sword? Can it break through my spatial barrier? The screen of unsevering yearning was immediately filled with wind, fire, water, and sword concepts. His entire body flashed to the light aura. His body disappeared, and in the next moment he suddenly appeared in the sky. He was shocked. But to think they can use that against me, they are still far from it. Damn it, I missed. When Su Xiangdong reacted, the blade aura was only 15 m away from him. He could even clearly see the countless of tiny blade auras, breaking through the air and causing ripples. This combination was indeed exquisite, but it also exhausted the strength of the 4 of them. The strange sword rainbow light barrier was truly powerful, but Su Xiangdong was clear that such a powerful light barrier would consume an astonishing amount of energy and would not be able to maintain it for long. The wind in his hand was truly outstanding. The water sleeves and the phoenix flames that were originally pushed away by him were actually retracted by him and surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Bang, bang, bang. He flicked his finger, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. The flames that were floating towards him seemed to be pushed away by an invisible hand and floated outwards. Let me see how long you can last. Before he could stabilize himself, he felt an indescribable aura enveloping him. His pupils constricted. The enemy was right above him. Phoenix fire. The two completely different laws of water and fire clashed together, releasing dazzling light regiments. At the same time, the wind that was initially not strong suddenly became as hard as steel. Just at that moment, the wind suddenly blew. The phoenix flames that were just pushed away were once again blown towards Su Xiangdong. His pupils constricted, one after another. The flames that were like bright flowers floated in the water sleeves and the sword rainbow. Gu Shui was naturally compatible with the monarch yearning strike, as she possessed the snow rainbow blood meridians. In Qin Zhen's illusion, she had bitterly tempered her willpower, and her understanding of the monarch yearning strike had long surpassed Wang Yang's. And when she saw Tang Tian in such a hopeless situation, all of her accumulations flowed naturally, and she immediately gained enlightenment on the yearning law. Because of her profound accumulation, her enlightenment on the yearning law was unobstructed, and she directly gained enlightenment on her law surface. Threads of red light seeped out from the null division members' bodies. Following the crisscrossing yin lines, they permeated into their bodies. It was the purest power of the physique. Everything happened too suddenly, and the distance between the two parties was too close. Even with the protection of the spatial barrier, Su Xiangdong felt as though he was struck by a heavy blow. His body trembled, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The explosion had exhausted a full third of Su Xiangdong's law surface. The momentum of a few hundred people sprinting at the same time was actually not inferior to a herd of beasts. But a pity the Tiopiate family had withered away. Victor's talent was not bad, but he was too playful, frivolous, and impetuous, and would not amount to much. Bang! Su Xiangdong's hair was in a mess, his face filled with killing intent. He did not place any of the four of them in his eyes, but he never expected that they would actually suffer such a heavy blow. Beneath their feet, two yin lines extended towards Su Xiangdong, who was surrounded. Just at that moment, the black and white sword aura suddenly shifted. Just at that moment, countless of water snaked through the yearning sword rainbow. Su Xiangdong snorted in his heart. It was the Roland family's soft water sleeves. It was a good absolute technique, but it was a pity that Roland was not strong enough and was unable to unleash its true might. Su Xiangdong was completely stunned. The power of every slash was not fatal, but it still consumed a lot of his spatial barrier's power. His comrades above him roared out, and the members that were 5 steps away from him also leapt up and slashed down with all their might. It was as though he had slashed onto a ball of slippery moss. The force deviated and brushed past Su Xiangdong and slashed into the ground. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure surfaced in his mind. He had once thought that he would never be able to think of this woman. He had once thought that he had long erased all traces of her from his life. He had once thought that all the bits and pieces of the past had disappeared with the wind, and he had once thought that even if he were to meet her again, his heart would not waver. Kill! Chapter 757. Every step he took, the null flames around his body would become even more intense. The null flames around his body would flutter, and inside the flames, Amari wielded the large guillotine blade with one hand, his expression cold, as though he was a god of war. Inside the gray world, the crisscrossing yin lines, the bright yang dots that resembled the sun and moon, formed a rich and layered world. Han Bingning's team had a completely different style, but it was enough. Han Bingning took small steps, but the frequency was as fast as lightning. She slightly lowered her body and swept forward like lightning. The twins behind her, one on the left and one on the right, followed closely behind. The members behind also took small steps. All of them had solemn expressions. A martial artist on the list of powerhouses was actually being suppressed, and he was being suppressed by a group of weak people. He had not completely defended against them. The strange rainbow swords had caused him to be dazed a few times, although he would quickly regain consciousness every time. But the few times he was dazed, it made him pay a huge price. The spatial barrier was not completely blocked, and a portion of the power from the slashes was transmitted to his body. The unreasonable slashes had its own benefits. Using force to meet force with force, a single person could defeat 10 people. Since his technique could not compare to others, then he would use brute force and numbers to fight. And Gu Shui's screen of unsevered yearning allowed such an intricate formation to be realized. Using the wind wall to seal the formation, using the sword concept to ignite the power of water and fire, such an intricate arrangement showed Niechio's meticulousness. One team was as wild as fire, the other cold and sharp, two completely different styles, two completely different auras, both as fast as lightning, both with the same determination. When the dust settled, only a gigantic crater was left with nothing in it. The members surrounding Su Xiangdong were like a flock of startled birds, all of them scattering in all directions. During training, they did not have much of a feeling, but when they truly fought, they realized how powerful the formation was. The members in front of them, who were carrying the large guillotine blades and the dense slashing sounds, all of them were extremely shocked. Kill! Han Bingning's voice was bone-chilling. The cold intent in his body soared to the maximum. The bone-chilling blue sword aura enveloped everyone behind him, his aura becoming one. Kill! Amari's roar was like thunder. All the power in his body exploded out. The surging sky demon chop attracted a group of attacks that were several times stronger than before. But, however, at this time, they did not have much time to lament. Their gazes involuntarily landed on the two teams that had already started moving, and their spirits were lifted. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. That was Niechio's train of thought. But Niechio treated it as a feint. To him, his members had only just gained enlightenment on law threads, and that level of law power was considered extremely low level in the Sin domain. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, it was still difficult for them to achieve a qualitative change. Amari stepped on the Yin line and sprinted. His steps were huge, and each step was extremely heavy. With every step he took, a wisp of heat rose from the soles of his feet. Like a wisp of flame, it drilled into his body. It was incomparably pure flesh power. Especially Benson, he had tried it before, but after enduring 3 slashes, he was unable to take it. When had the pitiful Su Xiangdong ever been trampled on like this? That's right, it was trampled on, from start to finish. He was completely suppressed. It was still far from what Niechio wanted, as half of the members were unable to complete their slashes in time. Su Xiangdong, who had just regained consciousness, had his eyes constricted. The sky in front of him was filled with densely packed black figures. Their gazes landed on Su Xiangdong, who was surrounded, and their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. He actually withstood a total of 300 slashes, although the spatial barrier around him was already filled with cracks, with many of them crumbling. He was on the verge of collapsing, but he did not fall. Bing Ning and Amari's 2 heavy slashes looked terrifying, but in truth, it was mostly a bluff. Using the power of the yin-yang formation, the members gathered their law power and formed an attack. Even in the Sin domain, it was still a top-notch technique. Although his realm was higher, but his physical body was not as tyrannical. Although it was only a portion of the power, it still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The injuries on his body had also affected his law surface and increased the consumption of his law power. Is it finally over? He was at a loss, but a trace of joy rose in his heart. I finally made it through. After withstanding 300 consecutive slashes, Su Xiangdong actually did not fall. He was truly powerful. He gave Han Bingning and Amari 3 breaths of time to attack. A bone-chilling cold intent pervaded out from the group. Their auras became even sharper, like a sword that was slowly being polished off of its rust, revealing its ice-cold blade. Niechio remained calm and composed. The majority of his tactics would always leave some leeway. No matter how outstanding an elite was, he could not ask them to not make any mistakes, nor could he ask them to be perfect. Furthermore, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. All sorts of unexpected situations would occur, and tactics that did not have any leeway would often become riddled with holes. Niechio's face revealed a flush of red. his body trembling slightly. The yin-yang formation was activated to its maximum. The power of the physique in the entire formation converged from all directions, following the yin lines, frantically converging towards the two groups. Of course, with such a large surplus, it would naturally affect the might of the formation. But in the current situation, ensuring that the formation could operate normally was far more important than chasing after the greatest might. Nia Chio's thoughts were meticulous, and had long thought of what to do if they were to encounter such a situation. Nia Chio's method was simple. If they were not proficient enough, then they would use numbers. In his calculations, he left a large surplus, and did not blindly chase after efficiency. He left a large surplus, a fifth, which also meant that even if a fifth of the members made a mistake, the entire tactic would not change. Ben's son and the other three who had completed their mission were exhausted and could only watch the battle from afar. Previously, they did not sense that there were enemies hiding in the shadows until Gu Shui used the screen of unsevered yearning. They awoke from their daze. Luckily for them, their training for the past few days was not wasted. They did not miss the opportunity and quickly reacted. The yin-yang formation was like a large spider web, and Niechio was the spider that was waiting for the opportunity. The minute changes in the formation flowed through the yin-yang formation to Niechio. He could clearly sense that Su Xiangdong's power of laws inside the formation was close to being exhausted. There were no longer any obstructions in his vision. The most difficult part of the formation was that in the short span of 18 breaths of time, they had to complete enough slashes. Too powerful, that is. He could only instinctively hold onto the spatial barrier and defend, bitterly holding on. Not only did Niechio not request for his members to control their strength, but instead his request was even more extreme. He requested for every member to inject all of the power of the physique in their bodies into their slashes. Niechio sat in the center. If something unexpected happens, can we not fight if we are not proficient enough? The spatial barrier instantly crumbled into dust. Su Xiangdong did not even have time to raise his arms before his body was pierced through. The ice-cold sword aura froze him into an ice sculpture. The disbelief on his face froze as well, and the following slashes instantly shattered him. All of them leapt up high, and the loud sound that came out was the sound of them stomping on the ground when they leapt up. Su Xiangdong, who had not recovered from the shock, had a dazed look on his face. His situation was terrible. The spatial barrier around him was filled with cracks, his clothes were tattered, his hair was in a mess, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. Two small groups, each with 50 men, were like two arrows. He placed the true focus of his attacks on his slashes. If they did not reach the quality, they would not be able to threaten the true strong martial artists. Nia Chio looked warm and friendly on the outside, but he was equally proud in his heart. If not, why would he leave Leo Constellation and join Tang Tian? Ever since he entered the Sin domain, his goal had always been to be the strongest martial artists, because they represented the strongest power in the Sin domain. They had trained in the battle formation many times, but they had never truly unleashed the final attack. The four of them were filled with anticipation, especially Ben's son. The twin sisters were following closely behind Han Bingning. The final fatal attack is coming. Suddenly, he felt his body lighten, and the suffocating slash that covered the heavens and covered the earth disappeared. The members that pounced toward Su Xiangdong like a tide, in his world, they were all extremely high-leveled. His mind was calm as he calmly observed everything. There were still many flaws in their attack rhythm, and that was because they were not proficient enough. The auras of the two small groups continued to rise, and the distance between them and Su Xiangdong was quickly shrinking. The crucial point was that they had sufficient numbers. 629 members gave Nia Chio enough space to do whatever he wanted. His train of thought was inspired by the battle with Lu Tianwen. To be able to kill Lu Tianwen, the greatest credit naturally belonged to Tang Tian, but Lu Tianwen ultimately died under Maori's blade. That meant that, although such a degree of attack was unable to pose a fatal threat to a powerhouse on the list of powerhouses, but it was not completely harmless. Although Nietschio hoped that Tang Tian would be able to fight for time for the Null Division to grow, but as an outstanding general, he would not place all his hopes on Tang Tian, even if he had complete confidence in Tang Tian. He had never experienced such an unreasonable attack before. The torrential slashes pressured him to the point that he could not breathe. The blue sword aura and the demonic slash fiercely clashed onto Su Xiangdong's spatial barrier. The Null Division members possessed powerful physiques, and with the pure power of the physique combined with the heavy demonic slash, they were able to unleash an astonishing might. Such a power naturally had its drawbacks. For example, it had to be in close combat. For example, it could not be sustained and was difficult to form waves of attacks. Just at that moment, he heard a loud explosion. The ground beneath his feet trembled, causing him to regain his senses. In the 13 breaths of time, Su Xiangdong had withstood 302 slashes, and even Nietschio could not help but be impressed. As the creator of such a tactic, he was extremely clear of the power of every slash. Behind him, every member had little null flames flowing like water. Spreading along the guillotine blade, the little null flames also became more and more vigorous, dragging a long fiery tail. They were like wild beasts, surging with killing intent as they sprinted. The slashes that disregarded the consequences were extremely powerful. Even if it was Benson, under the situation of clashing head-on, he was unable to take 3 consecutive slashes. Such a ferocious power, the feedback was extremely shocking, but they had the Shui family's King Kong clothes, which could evenly distribute the power to their entire body. That was why the Null Division members were able to unleash such terrifying slashes without being injured. Ben-san and the rest were shocked, while Nietschio remained calm. Chapter 758. The Angry Fist Seal's red light had cleansed his body, and his origin force had become like that. Don't tell me that Ancestor Li's inheritor is the real one. Tang Tian was surprised, speaking of which, he was truly a fake Ancestor Li's inheritor. Lupus Constellation, Ursa Major Constellation, Draco Constellation, Cetus Constellation. The air he exhaled carried a bit of a scorching aura. His body contained a vast amount of origin force, making him feel as though he was a bomb that could explode at any time. He even had a misconception that if he moved slightly, he would explode. Compared to Nietschio, Su Yi was more optimistic about Zhong Li Bai, as his methods were more ruthless and ruthless. Tang Tian did not know how powerful Su Xiangdong was, but thinking about how there were so many people in Purple Cuckoo City, with Gu Shui, Nietschio, Amauri, and Han Bingning, killing Su Xiangdong was not strange. But when the origin force in his body gradually recovered, he realized that his body contained a vast amount of unstable origin force, and it was a painful thing. He spent a few days before he gradually got used to the origin force in his body and managed to sort it out smoothly. He did not linger on the question and turned to ask Su Yi, "Then, are we going to Sharp Wind City now?" Tang Tian looked at Su Yi and asked with concern, "How is it? Do you feel better?" He was a person who would do anything for the sake of victory. You thought that it was just a small-scale probe, but who knew that it would be the start of a huge war? You thought that it was just a small gamble, but who knew that it would be snatched away by this fellow? Tang Tian took the letter, and without even looking at it, he tore it into pieces and turned to ask Zhong Li Bai, "Can you still fight?" It is truly awkward. This young lad has never encountered such a thing before. After seeing Han Bingning, Amauri, and Nietschio, and seeing Zhong Li Bai, Su Yi did not dare to be disrespectful towards the Null Division. The Null Division's strength far exceeded his imagination. Seeing the master's naive look, Su Ye's eyes widened. Is this still the master who is decisive and decisive? What he could not accept was that his enemy was actually killed by the blind man. The two of them were mortal enemies, and it made Zhong Li Bai feel as though he had swallowed a fly. The series of fallen constellations used hard facts to prove this point. If others saw this, they might even think that His Excellency was innocent and pure. Who would have thought that His Excellency was already pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hi, it was really high. Su Xiangdong is dead? He got off lightly. Zhong Libai couldn't help but speak up. His face was black, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with hatred. They had suffered much in the Su family, and Zhong Libai had suffered even more. Su Xiangdong and the rest thought that Zhong Libai was the leader, and wanted him to be the first to submit. Thus they used all sorts of methods on him. He Xian cultivated the law of death, and had all sorts of sinister methods. But Zhong Libai quickly realized, Master's expression is truly amazing. Tang Tian was stunned. Ancestor Li's successor? In the past few days, he had already confirmed that the Demon's Six Seals was not a martial technique used for battle, but a secret technique used to refine the body. However, understanding was one thing. Up until now, he had only comprehended the Angry Fist Seal. The elites of the various families in East Immortal City were disrupted by him and formed their own division, called the East Immortal Division. The East Immortal Division had strict military laws, and in a short period of time, the East Immortal Division had a completely new atmosphere. They had suffered so much in the Su family, but upon hearing that Su Xiangdong and He Xan were killed, they did not make things difficult for the Su family's women and children. But for the sake of establishing their might, they did not hesitate to slaughter the families, causing blood to flow like a river. Seeing that, Tang Tian immediately advised, "Don't be agitated, I did not mean it that way, but—" "Change?" Tang Tian was startled, then immediately asked, "What change?" "Master, you don't have to say any more. Let's see how capable Li Bai is." Without saying a word, Zhong Libai turned around angrily. Sharp Wind City's Fu family said that they found Ancestor Li's successor. Tang Tian was filled with anticipation for the God Fist. He was confident that when the God Fist was truly completed, its might would definitely shock the world. But at the final stage, every small step forward required a huge amount of origin force. Su Ye's face was pale white without any color, as though he had not recovered from a serious illness. His face would occasionally turn ashen white. Witnessing the battle between Tang Tian and He Xan, it had greatly impacted and shocked him. He trained in life and death laws, but had always lacked the tempering of life and death battles. He was like a flower in a greenhouse. He looked to be strong, but his mental state was extremely frail. Witnessing the bitter battle of life and death, he was extremely stubborn and reckless towards victory. For his own beliefs, he was willing to give up everything he had. "I think so." Su Yi continued, "Master's might has long been spread. In the past, everyone treated Master as a joke, but now they are all half believing and half doubting. I heard that when the Fu family patriarch heard that Master is Ancestor Li's successor, he was enraged and said that Master actually dares to impersonate Ancestor Li's successor and that he will definitely kill Master." Seeing that, Tang Tian immediately advised, "Rest well. You don't have to worry about this." Luckily for him, he had an even stronger origin force, allowing Tang Tian's God Fist to improve further. If such a ferocious man could not be considered an ambitious and ruthless man, then what kind of man could be? All of the Null Division prisoners in East Immortal City were by Tang Tian's side, including Zhong Libai. The Su family's family members are all here. Su Yi reminded Zhong Libai in Sin Domain it was normal for such a life and death grudge to be annihilated. His mental state was trapped between life and death, causing his lost surface to be severely damaged, and the life chi and death chi in his body were already out of control and flowed wantonly. If Su Yi was unable to sort out the life chi and death chi in his body would suffer from fatal damage, and he would die. Zhong Libai glanced at Tang Tian, feeling surprised. He had followed Tang Tian for a short period of time, and his understanding of Tang Tian was still at the time when they were in Leo constellation. In the eyes of the military generals of the Leo constellation, Bear King was definitely an ambitious and ruthless man and had deep foresight. When they were summarizing Tang Tian's battles, they had found a strange pattern. Tang Tian opened his eyes. The red eyes that were like burning iron gradually dimmed down and became calm again. The six-armed demon in his body was becoming more and more solid. The angry fist seal's flame was jumping around the hand seals, as though it was a heart of fire. Zhong Li Bai's personality was untamed and unruly, and he would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. His path in Leo constellation had been smooth sailing, and when had he ever suffered such hardship? He hated Su Xiangdong, and he Xin to the extreme. But he never expected that when he was rescued, he Xin would already be killed by Tang Tian. He had wanted to find Su Xiangdong for revenge, but in the end, Su Xiangdong was killed, and the hatred in his heart had nowhere to be vented. He even felt that it was not bad to continue fighting city by city. At times, Tang Tian would laugh bitterly in his heart. He had painstakingly created a powerful killing technique, but in the end, its consumption far exceeded his own strength. So when Su Yi heard Zhong Li Bai say that he did not care about the Su family's women and children, he was surprised. Zhong Li Bai's ponytail immediately stood up. He was infuriated by Tang Tian's question. "Master, are you doubting this subordinate's strength?" Su Ye's expression became strange. There is a change in the situation. The courtyard was heavily guarded. All of the Null Division members that were rescued automatically maintained their vigilance. A group of Null Division members dragged Broken Peak, and before they even reached the Su family's door, the Su family had already sent all of the Null Division prisoners over. Su Yi bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for your concern. It's nothing serious." Leaving Tang Tian and Su Yi to look at each other. "What's going on?" "Yes, it is said that the Fu family had received ancestor Li's grace in the past and found ancestor Li's inheritor, and the entire family celebrated. They have invited many famous martial artists and have the intention to hold a gathering." Su Yi scratched his nose. Tang Tian was helpless. Life and death laws was one of the three great laws, and was extremely profound and mystical, and he had no way of doing anything about it. Su Yi glanced at the man with the ponytail, who occasionally squinted his eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Master subordinates are truly talented people. In the past few days, he had already seen Zhong Li Bai's methods. With lightning speed, he had brought the various patriarchs over, and without giving them a chance to contact, he split them up to receive them, scaring and deceiving them, causing the various patriarchs to turn pale white. After that, he allowed the various families to supervise each other. Whoever dared to deceive them would be massacred, and the various families in East Immortal City would obediently hand over their elites. His expression was calm. The life and death aura that was wreaking havoc in his body caused his body to be in a terrible state, and even his voice had become weak. After speaking a few sentences, his strength was lacking, and he could not help but start coughing. But he still needed to be extremely careful, and placed most of his attention on placating the restless Origin Force. "They have sent a messenger to deliver a letter to Master." Su Yi handed over a letter, and hesitated for a moment, then added, "Their tone is not too good." Zhong Li Bai released his fist and snorted. He raised his nose and spoke arrogantly. "I have not fallen to the point of making things difficult for these women and children." Tang Tian immediately explained, "I am afraid that you are not familiar with the Sin domain. Nietcho also spent a long time too." He shook his head and threw all the distracting thoughts out of his mind and walked out of the room. Zhong Li Bai was already brooding over Su Xiangdong dying under Nietcho's hands, and upon hearing Tang Tian mention Nietcho, he immediately exploded. "Master, what do you mean by that? Does Master think that I am inferior to that blind man?" He did not feel much during the battle and after the battle. During the battle, the Berserk Origin Force had an even stronger explosive power and impact. When the battle had ended, the Origin Force in his body had been sucked dry, and he was exhausted. Zhong Li Bai snorted. "Bullshit! They are targeting us." Compared to them, he was a hypocrite and coward. At such a time, another inheritor of Ancestor Li had suddenly appeared. It was too much of a coincidence. No wonder Su Ye's expression was so strange. Even Zhong Li Bai, who was by the side, had a look of astonishment on his face. The only one who could save Su Yi was Su Yi himself. Although the battle in East Immortal City was dangerous, but it also caused his confidence to soar. He had saved all of the Null Division, and had achieved his goal of nurturing through battle, and he had become stronger than before. As expected of a life and death battle, it was always possible for people to improve the fastest. Tang Tian was greatly encouraged. Su Yi did not refute him and continued. 2 days ago, Purple Cuckoo City sent back news. Someone infiltrated Purple Cuckoo City and was discovered by Master Niechio, who ordered the Null Division to eliminate the other party. According to our investigations, it should be Su Xiangdong. That's true. The awkwardness on Tang Tian's face was swept away. Any powerhouse that had a conflict with Tang Tian would usually start with small probing attacks, but in the end, they would always lead the wolf into the house. Su Yi coughed lightly. Regardless of whether Master's identity is real or fake, the brothers of the Null Division are still in their hands. Chapter 759. In the confident and powerful Leo constellation, such a military leader was naturally not welcomed. They could obviously win fair and square. So why use such underhanded methods? They could obviously control the entire situation. So why take such extreme risks? Zhong Li Bai's eyes lit up and said, "Tell me more." Zhong Li Bai declined to comment, his gaze landing on Yu Tao. For Niechio to be able to bring a group of Null Division to kill a list of powerhouses expert, it was a huge blow to Zhong Li Bai. After being a prisoner for so long, he knew a thing or two about how powerful the experts on the list of combat power were. We need more people. Zhong Li Bai licked his lips, he squinted his eyes. Adding on his rigid and rough face, he looked rather sinister. Seems like we need to snatch people first. Where is the nearest place to us that doesn't have a list of powerhouses expert and people? The two of them remained silent, digesting Zhong Li Bai's words. Zhong Li Bai did not have much expectations for their brains, but they were after all local tyrants and knew much more about the situation in Sin Domain than him. After leaving Tang Tian's place, he pulled the East Immortal Division, who had not completed their training, out of the city and did not bring the Null Division. The Null Division were more trained, but Zhong Li Bai knew that the Null Division were extremely loyal to the Master, and it was impossible to bypass the Master to command the Null Division. Since that was the case, it was better not to bring them. Furthermore, the Null Division was the Master's flesh and blood. If the Null Division were to suffer huge losses, he would be in trouble. West Wind Camp. Zhong Li Bai was surprised. He glanced at the map and asked, "Why aren't there any markings?" "Those big families are too sullen." Zhong Li Bai's face was filled with disbelief in Heaven's Road, which of the so-called aristocratic families were not arrogant and despotic. "General does not know." Song Qingyu immediately explained. The West Wind Camp is a bandit group and is rather famous in this region, although they do not have any A-grade infamous ones. But they have 7 B-grade infamous ones, so ordinary families do not dare to provoke them. Although they set up checkpoints to collect tolls, but their reputation is still good and rarely take the initiative to kill. Zhong Li Bai laughed, revealing his white teeth. "Then the West Wind Camp it is." Of course. It was related to the Sin Domain's atmosphere. In the Sin Domain, it was not uncommon for families to be massacred, but at the same time, people with strength were the most important resources. If not for the hatred, they would not have reached such a stage. Generally speaking, the final victor would be decided by the battle between the clan's experts, and not by the number of people. The winner would annex the loser's family, and the loser's family wouldn't put up much resistance. Not much. Song Qingyu explained. Most of them are people with low strength. It's difficult for them to make a living in the city, so they can only return to the mountains. These bandit leaders also needed people to order them around, so they were recruited to reclaim the land in the mountains. Sin Domain's 17 cities could not support so many people. These villages were small cities, but the resources they produced were far inferior to the 17 cities. Their lives were much more difficult, but most of these bandit leaders had no great ambitions. They collected tolls and lived a free and unfettered life. In addition, the production is poor and the big clans are too lazy to deal with them, so there's not much profit to be made. No matter how powerful a battle formation was, it would not work without people. What about the motley crew in front of him? He did not know if Tang Tian would support or oppose his plan. What if he opposed it? He could not go against orders. He still had the qualities of a professional military general. But he did not want to give up on this opportunity, so he took the chance before Tang Tian spoke, and took the initiative to strike. Upon letting go of his thoughts, Zhong Libai's thoughts became like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, recklessly galloping. West Wind Camp. As for the East Immortal Division, in Zhong Libai's eyes, they were just a group of cannon fodder, and no one would say anything even if they were exhausted. Zhong Libai did not have any benevolence in his heart. Compared to Niechio's balanced tactics, Zhong Libai's fighting style leaned more towards offense, which he loved and was the only expert in. There were many reasons why he was not valued in the Leo constellation, but the most direct reason was that his fighting style was very wild. This wild was reflected in many aspects. For example, when he fought, he would always stake everything on one throw, or he would never follow the rules, or he would be unscrupulous. Then aren't the caravans affected? Zhong Libai felt that it was an eye-opener. Other than the Su family in East Immortal City, there were two other large families. One was the Yu family, the other was the Song family. Although the two families did not have a martial artist like Su Xiangdong who could fight his way into the list of powerhouses, Yu Tao and Song Qingyu were definitely not inferior to Sui. When he heard that it was a stronghold, he thought that there would at most be 2,000 to 3,000 people, but he did not expect for there to be over 10,000. Such a large bandit group was truly surprising. West Wind Camp. But do you think that you are the only one who has gained enlightenment on formations? On the road, facing the Null Division, Zhong Libai was somewhat restrained. In terms of training the Null Division, his performance was far from Niechio's. But now he finally had a chance to be completely unrestrained. Zhong Libai thought about it and nodded his head. That's true. No one can take guarding against bandits for 1,000 days. Are there many bandit groups like the West Wind Camp? The two schools did not disappoint the Lion King's expectations and groomed many outstanding military generals for the Leo constellation. But between the two schools, they were absolute enemies. They were like fire and water and would always be compared to each other. Zhong Libai called them over, and without hiding anything, he told them the news and then said, "You guys know the situation now. This time, if we do not have any merits, we will not have the face to return. If you guys have any ideas, tell me." The group was in a mess. If Niechio was there, he would definitely frown, but Zhong Libai remained calm. Song Qingyu immediately took out a map, and the 17 Sin domain cities were completely displayed in front of Zhong Libai. The Sin domain had already opened up a crescent shape, and the 17 cities were scattered all around. On the map, the 4 main cities were the most eye-catching. They occupied the center of the crescent moon and were the most important places in the entire Sin domain. Zhong Libai released his hand. A fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and his expression became calm. This is just the beginning, although the blind man ran ahead of me, but I still have a chance. Niechio was stationed in Purple Cuckoo City and could not leave, but I can take the initiative to attack. The 4 main cities. Song Chengyu introduced. More than half of the martial artists on the list of powerhouses are in the 4 main cities. They have the richest resources there and have the most information channels. The further to the side, the fewer the experts on the list of powerhouses. Losing to the blind man made the proud and arrogant Zhong Libai feel extremely sullen. Tang Tian's tyrannical performance had shocked the entire East Immortal City, and after personally experiencing the terrifying battle, the various families in East Immortal City did not dare to resist Tang Tian. that blind man actually killed Su Xiangdong? Song Qingyu was the first to speak. He looked at Zhong Libai and said, "Not only Sharp Wind City, all the other cities have experts on the list of powerhouses." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Master's goal is not to take down Sharp Wind City, but to save all of the Null Division. That is the final goal. We do not have enough experts, so we will use more people." Yu Tao said, "The entire stronghold has about 10,000 people." Song Qingyu said, Yu Tao looked like a boorish man with a short stature. He only said one sentence. "We have too few people." Zhong Libai was furious. Losing was a small matter. He would not feel any pain even if all of them were sacrificed. But losing face was worse than being killed. Wasn't that the same as being defeated by Nietzsche? Half of his anger was because he was angry, but the other half was purposely showing that he had that thought. Thinking about that, Zhong Libai became restless again. Can the formation that I have comprehended handle an expert on the list of powerhouses? But he quickly calmed down. Nietzsche had the advantage of defense, and with the help of Gu Shui, Han Bingning, Amari, and the Null Division's training, they were able to kill Su Xiangdong. He was truly furious, although the two of them had worked together for a short period of time, but he still did not like the blind man. The Raging Inferno Academy and the Lionheart Academy were the two highest academies of the Leo constellation, and Leong had placed high hopes on them. From their names, it could be seen that he had named the Raging Lionheart Flaming Sword after himself, and named them the Lionheart Academy and the Raging Inferno Academy, hoping that the two academies would be as strong as the Raging Lionheart Flaming Sword. The two of them spoke at the same time. Zhong Libai jumped in shock. So many. What can we do? Song Qingyu waved his hands. All of the A-grade infamous people are extremely powerful. They appear and disappear unpredictably, and all of them are extremely shrewd. The experts in the big families will not waste their time on them, and that will be a waste. They might as well spend money, since to these big families, money is nothing. The East Immortal Division had gathered all the elites of the East Immortal City, and even the elites of the Su family were brought over by him. Su Xiangdong and He Xian's deaths caused the Su family to be on the brink of destruction. Zhong Libai tried to scare and deceive them, saying that only by relying on the master subordinates would the Su family be able to struggle at death's door and cause the Su family's elites to be obedient. When he was still a prisoner, Nietzsche had already started to organize his army, and even Su Xiangdong had died in his hands. Even though Zhong Libai was furious, but he knew that Nietzsche was already ahead of him. Zhong Libai was interested. How many people are there in the West Wind camp? Where are the places with the most list of powerhouses experts? Zhong Libai suddenly asked. Many. Song Qingyu said, "The 4 main cities are the best resources in the Sin domain and are all occupied by the 4 main families. The remaining 13 cities are second-class resources. Basically, every city has a big family and a few weaker families, but they are all divided up. The remaining people can only run into the mountains. Furthermore, the big families are waiting for them to open up the wastelands. Whichever bandit group finds any resources deep in the mountains, they can sell it to the big families and immediately earn a fortune. That was how the East Immortal City came to be in the past." That's right, taking the initiative to attack caused the blood in Zhong Libai's body to boil. "Do you have a map? Let me see." Zhong Libai said. Zhong Libai asked the two of them a few more questions, and after understanding all of the famous martial artists in the various cities, a brazen plan gradually formed in his mind. They are very shrewd. As long as they look at the trading groups of the big families, they will not touch them and will only find the small and medium-sized trading groups to collect fees. Song Changyu revealed a bitter smile. Unless those grade infamous people are tyrants, and even the trading groups of the big families will not give them any face. The big families are usually helpless and might as well pay a yearly fee and lose money to avoid disaster. Zhong Libai felt his vision clearing up. That's right. Since they cannot compete in quality, then they will compete in quantity. In terms of training, the East Immortal Division could never compare to the Null Division, and since it is like that, then they will compete in quantity. Chapter 760. When Xian died, he turned into ashes. Only one thing was left behind, a black thumb ring. The black thumb ring reminded Tang Tian of Lu Tian Wen's Thunder Wind Spear, which seemed to be different. Only now did he understand why the opponent had taken out the growing Yin sword. What made him wary was that this was definitely a dangerous mission. If he had the growing Yin sword, then his strength would definitely increase by a level. The black thumb ring was handed to him. Yin Wu Feng's understanding towards the growing Yin sword was slightly more than the average person. It was also because of this additional knowledge that he had been searching for the sword. He did not expect that the sword would appear in front of him in such a manner. If we treat the six-armed demon as a law surface, it makes sense. But the six-armed sky demon is too different from the other law surfaces. It is more similar to Xian's Grim Reaper. Gradually, the speed of his hand seals became faster and faster, bit by bit. Yin Wu Feng was not stupid. He quickly stated his request. To increase his chances of winning, he needed the opponent to hand over the growing Yin sword to him. The customer quickly agreed to his request, but at the same time, he left a mark on the growing Yin sword. If Yin Wu Feng dared to escape with the treasures, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. However, growing Yin sword, to be injured from such an attack, it will definitely not be easy for him to recover if I make the best use of my time, and take the chance when Ghost Face Mask is not fully recovered. My chances of winning will increase greatly. After obtaining the growing Yin sword, Yin Wu Feng's confidence soared. This was the death thumb ring, Suyi muttered. No wonder Xian could summon the Grim Reaper scythe. No wonder. Yin Wu Feng thought in his mind, but he did not say anything, and quietly took the information. Even the Null Division that were rescued were ordered back to Purple Cuckoo City and accepted Niachio's reorganization and training. The Null Division members were not too conflicted. They knew that they were not strong enough to protect the Master, and following him would only be a burden. That's right. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon was also a type of law? He knew how powerful these large clans were. The reason why these great clans sought him out was because it was inconvenient for them to act, not because they were not strong enough. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this speculation seemed a little interesting. Other people trained in laws, starting from law threads, they would rise to law surfaces and borrowing the power projected from the law surfaces. They would then ascend to the law space. If it wasn't for the growing Yin sword, no matter how high the price was, he would never have accepted this mission. He began to form seals. His movements were slow as he slowly comprehended the changes within, the changes of the six-armed sky fiend, and the connection between himself and the six arms. Tang Tian played with a black thumb ring and asked Suyi, "What is this?" With the growing Yin sword in hand, even Xian had the same confidence. Xian was killed by Ghost Face Mask. You're going to kill him. The scenery in front of Tang Tian suddenly changed. It was as if he had fallen into a demonic spell. He kept forming seals, releasing seals, and forming seals again. Tang Tian's gaze suddenly fell on the six-armed Heavenly Devil's blue flames and sound mist. What was the use of the blue flames and the sound mist? Zhong Li, by bringing the East Immortal Division away, caused Tang Tian to be slightly surprised. But it was only limited to being surprised. Everyone had their own way of fighting, just like how he was not proficient in army battles. Zhong Libai was not proficient in individual battles. By his side, Zhong Libai would not be able to unleash his full strength. Yin Wu Feng immediately realized, chance. The Death God Scythe was still alright. The difference in power between the real and fake ones was huge, but the Death God's right arm was something that could not be faked. Su Yi stared at the black thumb ring for a long time. When his face suddenly changed, he stammered, "Death thumb ring." From that sentence, he could roughly deduce Ghost Face Mask strength. Ghostface Mask was stronger than Hexan, but by a limit. If not for the other spectators surrounding and attacking him, Hexan would not have to fight head-on, and it would be hard to say who would win or lose. When he saw his target, he was slightly surprised. He naturally knew about the Null Division prisoners. The sudden appearance of so many outsiders in the Sin domain with outstanding physiques had caused quite a commotion. Tang Tian was suspicious. If the Demon Six Seals was truly created by Ancestrally, then why was it completely different from the Sin domain's laws? But thinking about it, the Demon Six Seals was born from the heavy demonic execution, and the heavy demonic execution was definitely the inheritance of the Sin domain. How is that possible? So powerful. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He was experienced, and immediately understood that the guest that came to find him was definitely a frequent customer. Only a person who understood himself well would know what kind of rewards he could not reject. The other party did not reveal his identity, and Yin Wu Feng did not try to find out. Tang Tian's heart jumped. The power that I obtained from the demon, isn't it the power projected by the six-armed demon? Tang Tian was startled. The power of the highest grade laws. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The most probable way is to form a seal. Growing Yin Sword was an extremely mysterious treasure in the Sin domain, and there were very few legends about it. Everyone only knew that it should be of the Yin attribute. Other than that, no one knew. The most thought-provoking thing was how to interpret the word grow, which was even more controversial. He was once a grade infamous man, and was in the same profession. The name of Death Puppet Master was not well known outside, but in the circle he was a fearsome character that everyone feared. Yin Wu Feng had fought with Hexan before, and knew that Hexan was difficult to deal with. His target was the leader of the Null Division, Ghostface Mask. It was the first time he had heard of it, which surprised him and made him even more cautious. An unfamiliar target was not good news for an assassin. He flipped through the information, and his expression congealed. He lowered his head and carefully read through the information, word by word. Slowly, his eyebrows relaxed. He saw a glimmer of hope. The information said that Ghostface Mask had clashed with the Death God Scythe and was similarly injured, causing Ghostface Mask to be dyed in blood. The boundless blue sea of light was vast and boundless. It was the blue sea. More importantly, Ghostface Mask was injured. The reward was a sword, the growing Yin Sword. Yin Wu Feng did not have such thoughts. Tang Tian jumped in shock. So powerful! His price was already extremely high, the 8th-ranked Yin Wind assassin of the A-grade infamous men. To request his help was extremely expensive, but for the other party to specially find the growing Yin Sword, it meant that the difficulty of the mission was extremely high and was definitely not ordinary. It was the phrase that Yin Wu Feng was most familiar with. Ever since he came out, he had heard it countless of times. He accepted the assassination mission indifferently. He was unable to reject the reward. Wait a minute, projecting power. I'll give it a try. Seeing that Su Yi was stunned, Tang Tian casually threw the black thumb ring to Su Yi and said, I want to train. It was his only chance to obtain the growing Yin Sword. If he missed it, he would definitely lose the chance to obtain the sword. After so many years, he had spent countless of effort, but was unable to find out who had the growing Yin Sword. If any of the big families wanted to hide something, no one would be able to find it. Su Yi was stunned. Tang Tian did not believe that the thing in the 6-armed demon's hands would be useless. The Demon Six Seals, if it was an inheritance that tempered the body, then would the blue flames and sound mist have the same effect? But its ranking had fluctuated and had never dropped out of the top 50 and was extremely stable. The Demon Six Seals appeared and disappeared in his hands. His 10 fingers moved like flowing water and threads of faint mist, and the ever-changing after-images of his 10 fingers would suddenly unfurl. This was the piece of news that had shocked him the most so far. What he did not expect was that the more shocking news was yet to come. When he saw that Hexan had summoned the Death God's Scythe and the Death God's right arm, but they were unable to kill Ghostface Mask. He almost jumped up. Amongst the many treasures in the Sin domain, the growing Een sword was not eye-catching. Its ranking could not even be compared to the Thunder Wind Spear, which was ranked 42. It contained wind and thunder laws, and was extremely sturdy, and was a treasure that the Liu family had spent countless of effort to obtain. When he finished digesting the information, he only had one thought. Could it be that the customer actually wants to get rid of me? He started to recall all the things that he had done that made the customer want to get rid of him. But after thinking for a long time, he realized that there were too many and could only give up. The origin force in his body was like an ocean, but it was a restless ocean. Back in the quiet room, Tang Tian was already immersed in his own training. East Immortal City. Seeing Su Ye's incoherent speech, Tang Tian knew that the death thumb ring was not ordinary. After a moment, Su Yi regained his composure, but his tone was still filled with excitement. Master, you might not know, but the death thumb ring is the 9th ranked treasure in the entire Sin domain. It is a death attribute treasure. I never thought that it would actually be in He Xian's hands. He turned and left, leaving the dumbstruck Su Yi standing there like a statue. Death thumb ring. Tang Tian was surprised. The black thumb ring was simple and unadorned. It looked extremely ordinary, and he did not sense any death chi from it. Do I have to assassinate a list of powerhouses expert? Or a patriarch? How to tame it was the problem that Tang Tian had to solve. Although Tang Tian was anxious, but at the same time he knew that only with strength and victory could he save everyone. He suppressed the anxiousness in his heart and worked hard to calm himself down, and attempted to solve the problem. If I treat the 6-armed demon as a law surface and need it to project power and require some sort of ritual, what will it be? Su Ye's mind was blank. If that's the case, how do I communicate with the blue flames? Give it to me. Tang Tian felt that his surroundings had become quiet, which made him happy. He did not immediately leave East Immortal City. The battle with the Xian had benefited him greatly, and he needed time to digest it, and there was something special. I'll give it to you. You train in life and death laws. See if you can use it to control the death aura in your body. Tang Tian said casually. After an unknown period of time, Tang Tian's body trembled. His eyes suddenly released a bright light aura. His right palm had just formed the grasping flower seal, and a weak blue flame leaped out from his fingertips. Tang Tian stared at the blue flames and the sound mist. The angry fist seal's flames released a red light that tempered his body to another level, and the surging and restless origin force in his body was all thanks to it. Yes, it is one of the top 10 treasures in the world. Su Yi was extremely excited. The 6-armed demon had 6 arms, and 3 of them already had things in their hands. The angry fist seal's red flames, the grasping flower seal's blue flames, and the weeping sword seal's sound mist. He saw a familiar name, He Xian. Yes. Su Ye's expression was extremely excited. Sin Domain's death laws has only produced one top-notch martial artist, and that person is the Abyss Zhu Zhuo. He gained enlightenment on hell, and from the sea of hellfire, he found a nameless black rock that had been burned by the hellfire for an unknown period of time. He used 20 years to carve the black rock into a thumb ring, and then imprinted all of his understanding of death into the thumb ring, and that is the death thumb ring. Chapter 761. But Tang Tian still swam forward with all his might. He could not just sit and wait for death to come, although he did not know what was summoning him, but it was better than staying where he was. Tang Tian shuddered, but what made him helpless was that he could only watch helplessly. What the hell is this blue flame? When he swam closer, Tang Tian could clearly see what the blue shadows were. Tang Tian's body continued to tremble. Wave after wave of blue flames entered Tang Tian's body and entered his heart. Grasping flower seal, he only trained in the grasping flower seal, and before he mastered the grasping flower seal, he did not plan to train in other seals. I am not a smart person and can only use stupid methods, just like how he trained in the fire scythe ghost claw in the past. The blue ocean was boundless. The vicious chi in the blue flames, in the blink of an eye, was dissolved by the grasping flower seal, and the blue flames that invaded his body became food for the blue flames in his body. Strike first! Chi, chi, chi! Tang Tian's body trembled, and just at that moment, the demon hand in his body formed the grasping flower seal. Sigh! The vicious chi that invaded the blue flames was absorbed by the grasping flower seal. The arrogant blue flames that invaded his body were now, as though their bones were being pulled out, they were extremely tamed, and in the blink of an eye they were completely absorbed by the blue flames in his heart. The size of the blue flames had already expanded to the size of a fist, and the color was extremely dense. Tang Tian felt that he was like a fish, swimming for a long time without reaching the end. He could not tell if it was an illusion or not. Everything around him was so real, and the unique energy of the blue ocean made Tang Tian feel familiar. Tang Tian did not realize that ever since the jellyfish appeared, the blue flames in his body had stopped beating and retracted its chi. The blue jellyfish's transparent body, the blue flames had already extinguished. He thought for a long time and tried many methods, but to no avail. Tang Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils dyed blue. On the way, Tang Tian was still thinking, if it is an illusion, how can I break it? Not knowing how long he swam, the time here was also very strange. However, Tang Tian was sure that he had been swimming for a long time because he started to feel tired. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. He couldn't see his goal, nor could he see the end. He didn't know where he was, how to leave, and he didn't know if his current actions were meaningful. The tentacles of the blue jellyfish slammed into Tang Tian's face. The blue flames on the tentacles drilled into Tang Tian's body like a tide. They were like a crazy school of fish, swimming towards Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian let out a muffled groan. He clearly didn't use much strength, but the pain was incomparable. The blood in his body was almost frozen. A strand of blue flame drilled into Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's expression changed drastically. This strand of blue flame was actually swimming towards his heart. With the combination of the blue flames and the grasping flower seal, dealing with the blue jellyfish was extremely easy. When Tang Tian saw the blue jellyfish, he immediately charged into the swarm. He allowed the blue jellyfish to whip him, and the blue flames in his body became stronger and stronger, to the point where he could instantly suck up to 100 blue jellyfish. Along the way, Tang Tian met a few waves of blue jellyfish, but they were all devoured by the blue flames. Not right. I am a zero-energy body. How can it be like this? Grasping flower smile. Not long later, Tang Tian locked onto the blue flames on the demon's fingertip. The blue flames jumped slowly, dispelling the blue sea's repulsion towards him. He felt that it was inconceivable. He had seen all sorts of flames, but he had never seen a flame that could think. What is that? The invading blue flames pounced towards his heart without hesitation, as though they had smelled something delicious. The expression on his face became even more tranquil. Seeing that the blue jellyfish did not seem to be difficult to deal with, Tang Tian relaxed. The blue sea was much denser than the blue sea that he had walked through previously, and he had never seen these blue jellyfish before. Everything was foreign, and Tang Tian was extremely cautious. Looking at their aggressive looks, Tang Tian did not believe that they were here to play with him. Like a blue arrow, it shot into Tang Tian's heart. Suddenly, he saw a group of blue figures in the distance. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. He had not seen a living thing for so long, and the terrifying silence was a form of torture to him. The group of blue figures seemed to have noticed Tang Tian and quickly swam over. From the moment he entered the blue sea, Tang Tian could feel the excitement of the blue flames. Faintly, something seemed to be calling out to it, and the direction that Tang Tian was heading towards was following that feeling. Tang Tian did not know what the blue flames were, but Tang Tian was certain, even if it did not come from the blue sea, it definitely had some sort of relationship with the blue sea. A tentacle struck Tang Tian's arm like lightning. A few 100,000 times? I don't know, but it's a lot. But in the past few days, the number of blue jellyfishes that the blue flames had sucked dry numbered in the thousands. Just by watching the sky demon use the grasping flower seal to dissolve the evil chi in the blue flames, Tang Tian had watched it over 1,000 times, and gradually he had some understanding. A group of blue jellyfishes, numbering around 70 to 80. They had long tentacles and transparent bodies, allowing them to blend in with the blue sea. The most eye-catching thing was that inside their transparent bodies, there was a blue flame the size of a candle, throbbing rhythmically. Tang Tian felt that he had become more intimate with the blue sea, and his speed of swimming became faster. But at that moment, Tang Tian did not have the time to think because the blue jellyfishes were rushing towards him. The flames in the blue jellyfishes' bodies throbbed intensely. Their speed suddenly increased, and like a group of blue spirits, they quickly surrounded him. The blue flames spread along the long tentacles, and in the blink of an eye, all of the jellyfish's tentacles were covered in a layer of blue flames. In that moment, a blue figure rushed to the front of Tang Tian, and Tang Tian had the time to raise his arm. Pa! Furthermore, he realized that the blue flame seemed to have its own consciousness. Its speed was extremely fast, like an agile fish. Everywhere it passed, Tang Tian's body would feel slightly numb. Tang Tian was stunned by the scene and did not have the time to react. Tang Tian threw away all his suspicions and continued to move forward. The blue flame was extremely quiet and only lightly throbbed on the sky demon's grasping flower seal. All of this happened extremely quickly, to the point that Tang Tian did not even have time to react. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Around him floated the corpses of the blue jellyfishes. None of them were still alive. By now, its body had expanded by a few times, and its color was much deeper than before. Pa! The invading blue flame was obviously shocked. It stopped for a moment, as though it was observing the blue flame rising from Tang Tian's heart. The two blue flames faced each other, and the difference could be seen. The invading blue flame was much denser, and the evil chi was much heavier. The blue flame that appeared on his heart was much fainter, and its chi was much weaker. The transparent water blade swept past the blue jellyfishes, and a few of them were instantly sliced into two. The grasping flower seal was calm and serene, and did not match with Tang Tian's lively and passionate nature, so he could not find the trick to it. The blue jellyfishes had low intelligence and only had the most basic of instincts, and the only way they could attack was with the blue flame tentacles. What surprised him was that the repulsion from the blue sea had disappeared, and this time Tang Tian felt like a fish in water. All right, no matter how bewitching it is, since I'm already here, let's see what's going on. Along the way, he did not give up on practicing the grasping flower seal. He was already familiar with the grasping flower seal, and after practicing like crazy, he was even more familiar with it. His speed of forming seals was as fast as lightning, as though it had become an instinct. The blue flames entered Tang Tian's heart like rain, and at the same time, the sky demon's grasping flower seal that was leaping with blue flames suddenly stopped. The short moment of battle caused Tang Tian's heart to tremble with fear, and thinking about it, he still felt some lingering fear. That blue flame actually used his own heart to set a trap. It was truly insane if he was not careful. Tang Tian, who had gathered his spirit, took the chance that the blue jellyfishes had not surrounded him, and leapt forward, his hand slashing down heavily. The surging power flowed out from Tang Tian's palm, forming a transparent water blade in the blue sea, and shot towards the blue jellyfishes. The surviving blue jellyfishes retracted their bodies like a spring, and with a sudden spring they broke free from the turbulence in an instant. Their speed was extremely fast, and transformed into a strange afterimage, and shot towards Tang Tian. He was immersed in a calm and gentle state, his body moving forward like a nimble fish. The grasping flower seal in his hand was destroyed. So fast! He did not know. His expression became gentler and gentler, and a faint smile appeared on his face. A strange consciousness entered his mind. Seeing that it was about to enter his heart, Tang Tian's heart suddenly lit up with a faint blue flame. Seeing that, Tang Tian's heart turned cold. The blue flame in his body was like a cunning hunter, pretending to be delicious bait and quietly laying a trap. When the last blue flame was swallowed, the blue flame that was attached to Tang Tian's heart was like a beast that had eaten its fill, lazily floated up and returned to the grasping flower seal. The heart that was covered in blue flames emitted an irresistible temptation. The corpses of the blue jellyfishes slowly melted like jelly, and not long later, they completely melted and disappeared into the blue sea, and there were no longer any traces of the battle. Following that, the water blade brought up a current and dispersed the group of blue jellyfishes. But very quickly his pupils constricted. Only when he met the blue jellyfishes would Tang Tian stop his seals and focus on observing every detail of the sky demon's grasping flower seal, watching it over and over again, practicing it over and over again. He did not find it boring. Tang Tian could not do anything about the blue flame's ability to devour its own kind, but observing how the sky demon used the grasping flower seal to dispel the vicious aura allowed Tang Tian to benefit greatly. The sky demon's 6 seals. The fact that Tang Tian was the first to gain enlightenment on the true essence of the Angry Fist seal proved that he was more proficient in fighting. Although the Angry Fist seal was not directly used in battle, but it was compatible with the high-spirited and unyielding aura of battle, and thus he was the first to gain enlightenment on the Angry Fist seal. But it is similar to the blue flame of the grasping flower seal, Tang Tian thought. Tang Tian felt uneasy. He had a feeling that the blue flame was not simple. Previously, he had suspected that the reason why he was pulled into the blue sea was because of the blue flame. But now he was sure it was definitely because of the blue flame. While moving forward, his hands unconsciously formed seals. Chapter 762. Countless fish scales flew. Blue mist spewed out. Its tail was almost completely cut off by Tang Tian. Only a small piece of flesh connected it. It looked extremely miserable. Without thinking, Tang Tian unleashed his heavy demonic execution and brazenly attacked. Not only did Tang Tian not relax, he became even more cautious. The strange fish panicked and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The self-execution fiercely slashed at its tail. Tang Tian just wanted to find that faint summoning as soon as possible. He wanted to see what the hell was up to. Good stuff. Chi. Xiaolan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly jumped out and repeatedly urged Tang Tian. Tang Tian saw the blue flames on the fish's tentacles. He understood and swam over. Time, space, life, and death of the 3 fundamental laws. Time law was the most terrifying. If he were to enter the chaotic flow of time, Tang Tian would not be able to return. Tang Tian was worried. Once he treated Xiaolan as one of his own, Tang Tian became even more careful. Xiaolan's joy of absorbing the blue flames was like a puppy gnawing on a bone. Tang Tian even suspected that if Xiaolan had a tail, it would be wagging with all its might. But Tang Tian's heavy demonic execution was extremely powerful, and with the short distance between them, the strange fish was unable to dodge in time and was struck head-on. A shocking wound appeared on its body, with the blue mist continuously seeping out. After getting familiar with Xiaolan, Tang Tian's grasping flower seal had improved even faster, which surprised him. He realized that the grasping flower seal in his hand was able to establish a connection with the demon's grasping flower seal through Xiaolan. With it as the center, a dense ripple spread out. Tang Tian tried a few other techniques, and immediately fell in love with the fishbone. The powerful and tyrannical heavy demonic execution, when unleashed with the fishbone, had a completely different feeling. It was extremely sinister and sharp. Every slash was silent. The power was even more condensed. Without a trace leaking out, there were no surging ripples. Only a sharp and formless line of water could be seen. The extremely thin water dagger shot out and traveled more than 500 feet before disappearing. Tang Tian immediately tied the fish bones together. The longest one was about the same length as an ordinary sword. It was quite comfortable to hold in his hand. Tang Tian, who had obtained a new toy, was looking forward to catching a few more strange fish to practice with. Moreover, he had a feeling that that thing was the key to his return. Tang Tian's thoughts were innocent, and he also thought it was fun. The blue flames reminded him of Yaya. I wonder how Yaya is doing now. If Yaya was here, they would probably become very good companions. He had traveled far and wide and had been to many strange places. All kinds of creatures had their own living areas. Along the way, he only met the blue jellyfish and no other creatures. The blue jellyfishes were very aggressive. Tang Tian lost count of how many blue jellyfishes he had killed along the way. No, it was Xiaolon who had eaten countless blue jellyfishes. Hiss! When the two blue flames were placed next to each other, the difference could be seen. The strange fish's blue flames were much denser and deeper, and jumped with more strength. The two blue flames clashed together, and the blue flames on the fish's head were slowly absorbed by Xiaolon. Unfortunately, there was no use in being uneasy. An unfamiliar consciousness barged into Tang Tian's mind. Just at that moment, Tang Tian suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a blurry blue figure. It was actually less than 3 feet away from him. All the hairs on his body stood. Tang Tian swam very quickly. He acutely realized that the number of blue jellyfishes around him had decreased. He had not met any blue jellyfishes for a long time. Tang Tian felt that his state of mind was becoming more and more transparent, as though it was made of glass. This feeling made Tang Tian feel weird. The state of mind was formless. How could it become like glass? Why would I have such an illusion? Oh, it must be because Xiaolon lowered my intelligence. Tang Tian suspected that the time here was distorted. The figure revealed its true appearance. It was a strange fish that was half the length of a human. It had a sapphire blue fish body with a row of spikes on its back, and blue mist continuously seeped out from its scales. The blue mist enveloped its body and flowed along its body, gathering and not dispersing. The flat fish head extended out a tentacle, and on the tentacle a blue flame danced. Xiaolon seemed to have absorbed too much this time, and only recovered after a long time. The long time was what Tang Tian felt. Tang Tian had already realized that the time here was not right, and he could not judge the speed of time passing. This was something unimaginable in the past. For a powerful martial artist of his level, his control and grasp of time had reached an extremely fine level. The grasping flower seal could dissolve mental attacks, and that was Tang Tian's new gain. He did not hold back in his attack, and the slash was extremely close to the circular ripple. Tang Tian did not expect the monster to have such a move. It did not have any blind spots. Tang Tian had nowhere to dodge, and could only take a head-on. Almost instinctively, he formed the grasping flower seal. Looking at the dying monster, Tang Tian did not get close and slashed again. Tang Tian guessed that Xiaolan's level was much lower than the blue jellyfish because it was afraid of them. If not for the demon's grasping flower seal, the blue flame of the blue jellyfish would have immediately hidden. The demon was majestic and solemn. Cowardice, unease, fear, the emotions transmitted by the strand of consciousness caused Tang Tian to be slightly absent-minded. It was hard to imagine that a strand of flame would actually have such human-like emotions. It was truly a spirit. The strange fish opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. And the most terrifying thing was that it actually had a tongue that was like a tuning fork that kept on trembling. The blue shadow was blurry. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it. Even if Tang Tian looked carefully, he could only see that the blue sea in that area had become slightly darker. The unknown was always dangerous. Every time Tang Tian looked at the demon, he would be shocked, but his heart would remain calm. The strange fish's corpse was like the blue jellyfish. It melted in the blue sea. Only the few sharp thorns did not melt. Tang Tian floated over and kept the thorns in his hands. Tang Tian named it Xiaolan. In front of him, a school of strange fish were swimming towards him aggressively. Tang Tian was familiar with this kind of communication. Xiaolan's intelligence had increased, and it became much smoother. There were a total of 6 thorns. The longest one was about 1 qi long, the shortest one was about 1 qi long. The thorns were straight, the thorns were extremely sharp, and the entire body looked like a light blue crystal. Tang Tian tested it. It was extremely tough. He was actually unable to break it. After the strange fish's attack, its vitality was greatly injured, and it was on the verge of death. The other one patted his chest and said, "I have the fish bones, I have the strange fish. You can shoot as many as you want. Under this young man, there are no fish that can escape." The sharp and sonorous voice almost pierced through Tang Tian's eardrums. The water around the shadow started to ripple. Tang Tian was caught off guard. The voice drilled into Tang Tian's head, like an awl drilling into his brain. He had not encountered any blue jellyfish in this period of time, and Tang Tian guessed that he had barged into another creature's territory. He did not sense it at all. His grasping flower seal was well trained. The moment the seal was formed, his state of mind became calm, and the strange ripple coincidentally struck. The strange fish was unable to escape, and its body was sliced into 2, the blue mist that was initially condensed and dispersed. The entire process lasted for a full 10 minutes, causing Tang Tian to be surprised. Xiaolan swallowed the blue flames of the blue jellyfish effortlessly, but the strange fish's blue flames, Xiaolan could only swallow it bit by bit. With a flick of his wrist, the fishbone slashed across, unleashing Blade Devil transformation. Xiaolan was lazy, as though it was about to fall asleep. The strange fish seemed to know that it was hard to escape, and all the scales on its body trembled. Chi! With Xiaolan, the journey was no longer as boring. Although Xiaolan only had the simplest of emotions, but it made Tang Tian feel that he had gained a companion. One said that the strange fish had a wonderful taste, and asked Big Brother if he could do it again. Tang Tian's body went numb. His body was pushed back a few feet. The cry was still sharp, but it was not as painful as before. The grasping flower seal did not have any light aura. It tempered the state of mind. After the initial probing, the blue flame's consciousness seemed to understand that Tang Tian did not have any ill intentions towards it, and immediately became intimate. Seeing that, Tang Tian did not disturb it. He could tell that Xiaolan was evolving through swallowing the blue flames. He was curious. What would Xiaolan's final form be like? Xiaolan was terrified again and did not dare move. After 2 to 3 seconds, Tang Tian regained his senses and was overwhelmed with shock. So the grasping flower seal can be used like that. And the strongest concealment technique? True self-execution. When unleashed, not even the water could be seen, and there were no signs of it. Chi! Tang Tian extended his finger and pointed at the blue flame on the fish's head, and Xiaolan immediately appeared from Tang Tian's fingertip. His hand blade slashed out like lightning. The transparent water blade fiercely pierced into the shadow. The true self-execution was silent when it was unleashed. It looked like it did not have any aura, but when it neared the strange fish, its might suddenly exploded, as though it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Compared to his own hand blade, the water blade was thinner and sharper and could fly further. The angry fist seal's light aura was red and tempered the power of the physique. His gaze was suddenly attracted by a few things, the spikes on the strange fish's back. Very quickly, the blue flame and Tang Tian became familiar and were no longer strangers. The blue flame's intellect was not high and could only imitate simple emotions, like happiness or unhappiness. Then the young man accidentally looked in front of him, and his hand that was patting his chest froze. Tang Tian was overjoyed. The Demon Six Seals was profound, and after a period of time, he would have new understandings. With a thought, he understood. The monster's attack just now was not just a sound wave attack. It also contained a mental attack. Tang Tian, who was frightened by the demonic sound that pierced through his mind, leapt forward, and like a fish he shot out. The circular ripple brushed past his body, and he slashed out again. The true self execution. Xiaolan, who had absorbed the strange fish's blue flame, had shrunk back to the size of a candle, but it was much more solid. Every time the flame jumped, it would release a faint qi. Tang Tian did not have time to think. The strange fish's fork-shaped tongue trembled, and the circular, invisible ripple shot towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian could clearly feel that Xiaolan had become stronger. Its emotions had become richer and could communicate more with Tang Tian. Chapter 763. For the next few days, Tang Tian met with schools of strange fishes, and after killing them, he killed all of them. The fish bones he had collected had already piled up into a small hill, and he had no choice but to tear his clothes into strips and use them to form fish bones. He did not know what the opportunity was and did not care about it, and continued to swim forward. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Everyone was fighting, but he was trapped in this strange place. The sapphire blue sea surface was calm without a single ripple, like a boundless mirror, extending far into the distance. The sky hung low, as though it was within reach. The white clouds were like pieces of cotton candy, quietly floating there. Tang Tian laughed. He dragged the large pile of fish bones and continued to move forward. The intense battle had caused him to struggle out of his daze. He did not know what was ahead of him, nor what the future held. But it did not matter, all of the enemies and obstacles. He would personally destroy them. The ocean of peace was the place to return to after death, where the battle spirit could rest in peace. Time crawled by, but the sea surface in front of him did not have any changes. All of the fish bones were extremely sharp and tough. They were natural weapons. The heavy demonic execution was not something any ordinary weapon could withstand. So these fish bones were a good choice. Other than the high consumption, there were no other flaws. Tang Tian, who was in high spirits, exerted even more strength and swam forward with all his might. Indigo mirror blue. Is it a part of the blue sea? No, they're not ordinary blue dwarves. These blue dwarves looked as though they were carved out of sapphire. Their entire bodies were sparkling and translucent. Their eyes were indifferent, without any focus or life force. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the blue dwarves' hearts. There, a blue flame was throbbing. It looked like a heart. Tang Tian laughed. He did not care. He did not know how many strange fishes he had killed. Tang Tian, who possessed the grasping flower seal and his powerful physique, from a certain perspective, was the natural enemy of these strange fishes. Tang Tian gasped for breath. After continuously killing, his stamina was almost depleted. Tang Tian was stunned. The scene in front of him. Why was it so familiar? He did not feel anything during the battle, but once it ended, he immediately felt tired. The resistance in the blue sea was much greater than that in the air, and the consumption of stamina was also much greater. There were bruises all over his body. Although the strange fish's sonic attack couldn't cause any real damage to Tang Tian, it still left a lot of bruises on his body. The deep blue sea became brighter. This change made Tang Tian somewhat excited. In such a predicament, change was far better than no change at all. The picturesque scenery in the blue mirror was unchanging. After flying for a while, Tang Tian had the illusion that the sky and the clouds were just like a painting. Xiaolan sensed something stronger than ever, as if something was calling out to it. They were like an army, neatly arranged, their spears like a forest. As if sensing Tang Tian's thoughts, Xiaolan transmitted an intimate emotion. The grasping flower seal on his left hand was executed like a madman. Tang Tian could feel that Xiaolan had benefited greatly this time. The deep azure color was dense and reserved. After recovering some of his strength, Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The strange fish's corpse had already melted into the blue sea, leaving behind a pile of fish bones. The further he swam, the brighter the blue sea became. After a while he finally reacted. It is the indigo mirror ocean. No wonder. If it is an illusion, as long as I break it, I will be able to return to reality. He had sensed an indistinct aura. There's an ambush. Come on. Rumble. Xiao Lan knew that the situation was dangerous and did not dare to be a coward, and continued to help Tang Tian communicate with the demon, allowing Tang Tian's grasping flower seal to increase in power. Tang Tian sat on the mirror-like surface of the sea and looked at the endless indigo mirror ocean in a daze. The mirror-like surface of the sea had nothing in it. If it was any other person, they would think that it was a misconception, but Tang Tian had absolute trust in his intuition. His battle intuition was naturally astonishing. Adding on Bing's training and the gradual formation of the glass mental state by the grasping flower seal, it made his battle intuition reach an even more astonishing level. The Southern Cross Army has 4 Cs. I have fallen into an even bigger illusion. Tang Tian became excited. The problem that he was most worried about had been solved. The haze in his mind was swept away, and the young man's fighting intent soared. Tang Tian's mind moved. Could it be that I am getting closer to the surface of the sea? Pa, the fishbone in his hand shattered. It was extremely tough, but after continuously withstanding the terrifying power of the heavy demonic execution, it was finally unable to take it and shattered. This guess made him extremely excited. He thought about Purple Cuckoo City. Outside of Purple Cuckoo City is the sea. Could it be that I am going back? The indigo mirror ocean trembled. Even the stationary clouds in the sky trembled. All of the strange gemstone blue dwarves did not wield short spears, but long spears. Tang Tian adopted a fighting stance. Like a statue, his entire body did not move. Tang Tian, who was in battle, never lacked patience. It cheered and pounced forward, greedily absorbing the blue flames on the weird fish's tentacles. Its absorption speed became faster and faster, and when the last blue flame was absorbed, Xiao Lan's body was already azure blue. The gemstone blue dwarves in front of him were not to be trifled with, and their numbers were enough to cause despair. Luckily for Tang Tian, his body was outstanding, and the pure sound wave attacks did not cause much damage to him. Relying on his thick skin and thick muscles, Tang Tian also started to act barbarically, barging and barging. This unreasonable method of attack caused Tang Tian's lethality to increase greatly. The weird fishes quickly suffered heavy casualties, and after half an hour, the ground was littered with fish corpses. The surface of the sea in front of him suddenly had bumps. It was unknown if it was because he had killed too many weird fishes, but his body started to release a faint aura. Tang Tian understood his own body extremely well, and knew that he definitely did not have such an odorless aura in the past. Tang Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pulled out a fishbone, his expression gloomy. Following the direction of his senses, he moved forward with all his might. The indigo mirror ocean of the Southern Cross Army. The fish corpses that littered the ground, in Xiao Lan's eyes, was a feast. Tang Tian collected all the fish bones and tied them into a bundle. Why is it the indigo mirror ocean? It was such a big bundle, and with a rough look, there were at least 100 of them, enough to last him for a while. Xiao Lan seemed to be extremely afraid of the aura, and was extremely obedient in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian still had lingering fear. The power of the sound waves was extremely powerful, and the frequency of the vibrations was so high that even he could not achieve it. It was only because his body had been trained to the extreme that he was able to survive. If it was any other person, under such high-frequency vibrations, their organs would have long been injured. The damage caused by the vibrations had always been terrifying, and shattering was the most common result. The scene around him was reflected in his glass-like state of mind, and Tang Tian was not used to such a state. He had always been immersed in battle, and burning with fighting intent. That was the battle of a youth. But now his state of mind and emotions seemed to be detached from the spectators, although his efficiency in battle had increased, but he was not used to it. In the last few times, Tang Tian encountered a few strange fishes, and the moment he pulled out a fishbone, the strange fishes would escape in fright. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. It was the first time the strange fishes had encountered him escaping. Tang Tian had also improved greatly. His grasping flower seal was becoming more and more refined. Other people's state of mind was like a lake, but his state of mind was like a smooth and sparkling glass platform. Although it was getting brighter, but it seemed to be further away than what he had thought. Tang Tian felt exhausted, and when he finally saw the surface of the sea, he was ecstatic and gathered his remaining strength. He surfaced. A blue figure slowly appeared from the surface of the sea. Could it be that I have killed too many strange fishes and am covered in killing intent? My heart is like glass, untainted by even a speck of dust. The ocean of exile is an endless prison, forever imprisoning criminals. The most troublesome thing about the strange fishes was that their blue mist could conceal their bodies, and even though Tang Tian had the grasping flower seal to dispel the mental attacks, he was still struck a few times. If he were to use his hand to unleash the heavy demonic execution, the power would be stronger and more agile, but the sharpness could not be compared to the fish bones. Tang Tian deeply understood that it was not a good habit to randomly brag. The indigo mirror ocean was the boundary between reality and illusion, a place of purification. The army of sapphire blue dwarves took a step forward. Tang Tian moved in a flash and arrived in front of a fish corpse. He pulled out a fishbone and returned to battle. Furthermore, the sound waves contained mental attacks. The prairie fire ocean was a place of energy where tens of thousands of spirits were born. What caused Tang Tian to inhale cold air was that behind the army, more and more blue dwarves appeared. It flew into Tang Tian's body and slowly jumped between the demons' grasping flower fingers. Xiao Lan was extremely excited. It did not have the lazy look from before, causing Tang Tian to be surprised. This fellow's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Seems like it has truly become stronger. I wonder what Xiao Lan's final form will be like. Tang Tian's first reaction was to heave a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that he would be pulled into the blue ocean. Everyone was waiting for him to rescue them, but he was pulled into another place. Thinking about everyone made him extremely anxious. Tang Tian had a premonition that he was about to break through, but he was lacking an opportunity. The boundary between reality and illusion. It was the sixth fishbone that Tang Tian had used. Luckily for him, there were fish corpses everywhere, and he did not lack any fish bones. Do you think that you can stop me like that? Suddenly, Tang Tian thought about his experience of training the 1,000-cleaved demonic hand in the indigo mirror ocean, and all of the suspicions that he had previously had were suddenly enlightened. When he was in the blue ocean, he felt that the flow of time was extremely strange, and he was unable to accurately judge the flow of time. Tang Tian's gaze congealed blue dwarves. The mirror-like surface of the sea made Tang Tian look like he was gliding on ice, dragging the fish bones that were taller than him. His speed was several times faster than when he was in the blue ocean. He was like a bird looking for its nest, tireless. Tang Tian's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. He took the rope that was dragging the fish bones from his shoulder and tied it to his waist. Xiao Lan did not let go of any blue flames, and Tang Tian felt that Xiao Lan was about to break through. Xiao Lan's body was extremely congealed, like an extremely viscous liquid. Its movements were extremely slow. His mental state was stretched taut. The fish bones in his hand were released at an astonishing frequency. One after another, water blades that were as thin as threads shot out in all directions. There are constantly weird fishes that were sliced into two by the water blades. The blue mist pervaded the air, obstructing his vision. After resting for a while, he recovered his strength and allowed Xiao Lan to sense the direction again. Then he continued his journey. Chapter 764. Tang Tian mechanically brandished the fish bones and slashed mechanically. He did not know how long Tang Tian had been slashing for. We don't need you to bless us. We will definitely work hard. You don't have to worry about us. Rest well. Leave the battles here to us who are still alive. After a period of time, the blue tree would release countless of seeds like a dandelion. The seeds would flow along the water flow and rush to every corner of the blue sea. But very quickly, the seeds attracted countless of life forms in the blue sea like delicacies. He was startled for a moment, but regained a trace of clarity. The fish bones that were taller than him were all used up by him. After tossing and turning for a while, Tang Tian could not be bothered with it. Since he had met Xiaolan, the situation had become extremely strange. The scene in front of him was extremely majestic. Tang Tian actually forgot about his fatigue. The blue flames entered Xiaolan's body like raindrops. Xiaolan released a dazzling blue light. The surrounding gemstone blue dwarves seemed to be extremely afraid of the blue light and retreated backwards like the tide. Tang Tian hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and followed Xiaolan across the border. What surprised him was that he did not feel any resistance. The borders of the four seas actually did not have any resistance, but the four seas were clearly separated and did not interfere with each other. Tang Tian could not help but be surprised. When Tang Tian woke up, he realized that he was covered in injuries. He was covered in blood. His legs felt like lead. He could not lift his arms. His entire body was in pain. He swayed and swayed, but he did not sit down. The surrounding gemstone blue dwarves, who had lifeless mechanical faces, actually revealed a trace of fear. They stopped moving forward. Tang Tian turned his head back with difficulty. Behind him, the corpses of the gemstone blue dwarves were like wheat that had been cut down. There was no end to it. The blue flowers were extremely beautiful, as though they had just been plucked from the trees. They were soft and filled with life. Unknowingly, he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, Xiaolan flew up again. Tang Tian was shocked. Xiaolan was flying towards the ocean of peace. Tang Tian did not understand, but he thought that Xiaolan definitely had a reason. He carefully walked forward. The deathly still ocean of peace had a slight warmth, but it did not make him feel uncomfortable. The buoyancy of the black seawater was amazing. Tang Tian did not need to use any strength to float on the surface. The black ocean of peace was not as lifeless as Tang Tian had imagined. The black seawater was extremely warm and could nourish living souls. A familiar fluctuation came from above his head. Tang Tian did not have the strength to raise his head, but he knew it was Xiaolan. Peng! The fishbone in his hand shattered again. Tang Tian subconsciously touched the pile, but he touched nothing. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought about it. He felt that it was impossible. The Southern Cross Army was a mechanical army and were proficient in mechanical techniques and mechanical battles. Tang Tian couldn't imagine what kind of person could perform such a miracle. This seed absorbed a large amount of blue flames, and like a seed, it began to germinate in the dazzling blue light, growing into a small tree in the blink of an eye. The blue small tree grew a flower bud, which continued to grow, and when the last ray of blue light disappeared, the flower bud blossomed. Tang Tian stared at the bronze plate for a long time, an indescribable feeling in his heart. He opened his eyes wide in a daze. Unknowingly, the gem blue dwarves around him had disappeared without a trace. Wherever the ripples passed, wisps of blue flames would rise from the bodies of the gemstone blue dwarves on the ground. He had a strange dream. In the depths of the blue sea, there was a gigantic tree. It had millions of blue leaves, and every leaf was the size of a small mountain. In the middle of every leaf, there was a vortex which continuously spewed out blue energy. The blue energy surged out like water. If not for the fact that the tree was exactly the same as the one in his dream, if not for the fact that his mental state was strong enough, he would have definitely gone crazy. He had tried many methods, but was unable to move the tree in his mental state. His injured body started to heal. The blue light was not warm, but it made Tang Tian feel at ease. Tang Tian was stunned. He looked ahead. The blue flames slowly floated up, like blue fireflies. He could not see the end of it. It was extremely beautiful. Apart from that, all the changes in his surroundings could be clearly reflected in his mind. He immediately benefited from this. In the past, he had observed the seals of the demon's 6 arms countless of times, but this time he had a new understanding. Many details that he had not noticed before were all clearly displayed in his glass mental state. On the way, Tang Tian tried to communicate with the blue flower but failed. If not for the fact that the blue flower was transformed from Xiaolon, he would definitely feel that it was bewitching. It was truly bewitching, and along the way, Tang Tian did not meet any other strange creatures. The most bewitching thing for Tang Tian was that he realized that he had actually trained in the grasping flower seal. The glass mental state was unbreakable, but inside the crystal clear mental state, what was up with the small tree? It was as if he saw Uncle Bing placing a bronze nameplate into the black seawater. Gently pushing it, watching it float away, he muttered to himself. Tang Tian woke up and realized that unknowingly his palms had actually formed the grasping flower seal, and in the middle of the seal there was a blue flower. Eternal peace. Ocean of peace. That's right. Tang Tian felt that it had already broken through the limits of humans. Two crisscrossing lines formed a gigantic cross, each extending into the distance, splitting the space into four for different oceans, each in a row. We will definitely win. Could it be that Uncle Bing and the rest were so powerful in the past? The six-armed demon in his body did not have any reaction to the small tree around him, but the blue flower would often run into the palm of the demon's grasping flower seal. The demon also had some changes. The angry fist seal and the grasping flower seal's arms had become extremely congealed. Suddenly, the blue flower in his palm floated up and flew towards a direction. The direction the blue flower flew in was extremely straight, obviously leading the way. Tang Tian chased after it. That was the 4 C's of the Southern Cross Army. Tang Tian quivered and immediately jumped up. He could not see Xiaolon. If he could, he would definitely be surprised. Xiaolan's body had transformed into a sparkling and translucent blue crystal, releasing a terrifying undulation. The undulation was like a stone thrown into the sea, producing layers of ripples. Tang Tian was startled. He had never thought that the 4 C's would actually be like 4 jigsaw puzzles. An invisible barrier separated the 4 C's. It was definitely not natural. It was definitely man-made. The blue flame the size of a finger slowly floated towards Xiaolon as though it was being summoned. Tang Tian's eyes were red from killing. He did not even need to differentiate who was there, as he was surrounded by enemies. As long as he continued to kill, he would drag the fish bones and kill with all his might. It emitted a sweet chi, but was unable to escape from the large number of creatures in the blue sea. He closed his eyes and bathed in the dazzling blue light. After the fishbone shattered, he pulled out another one and continued to kill, although it was not enough for him to immediately train in the remaining 4 seals. But it was still extremely helpful to him, and he improved quickly. Tang Tian also stopped and stared blankly in front of him. But what made Tang Tian depressed was that he was still able to communicate with Xiaolon previously. Although the communication was extremely vague, but at least they were able to communicate. But after Xiaolon transformed into a flower, the communication had disappeared. The blue light became even brighter, and Tang Tian felt as though there was a blue sun above his head. The dazzling blue light caused him to be unable to open his eyes. What does that mean? After flying for an unknown period of time, Xiaolon suddenly stopped. Tang Tian then realized that the seed was Xiaolon. At that moment, strategies and techniques were no longer important. The tide of sapphire blue dwarves did not give him any time to think and could only instinctively kill. Finally, there was a seed that met a middle-aged man in the blue sea. The middle-aged man felt that it was very unique and refined it into a unique blue light aura. After the middle-aged man died, the blue light was passed down to his son. His son met an unconscious lady, and Tang Tian immediately recognized that the unconscious lady was Guxue. He took a deep breath. In the silent blue mirror ocean, with no one to communicate with, it was an extremely painful and lonely thing. Tang Tian wanted to laugh, but he did not even have the strength to move his lips. This is Xiaolon. After walking for a long time, Tang Tian suddenly realized that not far away, there seemed to be something floating. There was a small tree growing in his mental state. If this was not demonic, then Tang Tian felt that there was nothing that could be called demonic. Upon stepping into the ocean of peace, Tang Tian's vision changed. With a thought, he flew a few times and scooped up something from the surface of the sea. Tang Tian quickly experienced the benefits of the glass mental state. Previously, if he flew for a long period of time, although his body could endure it, but his mental state would still feel tired. But now, after flying for a longer period of time, his mental state did not feel tired at all. Southern Cross Army's first-class soldier Zhu Yong died in the Battle of Qingshan. No need for protection, rest in peace. Other than his instincts, he also had a breath. Tang Tian placed all of his focus on training and only left a strand of his mental state to follow the blue flower. Tang Tian was stunned. Could it be that my dream? The incessant surging was the ocean of exile. The smooth as a mirror was the indigo mirror ocean. The sea covered in flames was the prairie blazing ocean, and the black and silent ocean of peace. Upon entering the ocean of peace, Shaolan entered Tang Tian's body. The other 4 arms were still blurry and illusory. Tang Tian could tell that the demon had become stronger, and that was a good thing. It was a bronze plate. On the front of the bronze plate was the Southern Cross Army's insignia, and behind it was a row of small words. Whenever the living prayed for the dead to rest in peace, they would usually pray for blessings and blessings for the living. But this bronze plate had the words, "No need for protection, rest in peace." Out of the 6 demon seals, he had only mastered 2 seals and still had 4 more. The blue light would be injected into Gu Shue's body. The gem blue dwarves became restless. The fear on their faces became even denser.